Good morning. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to call this November meeting of the Citizens Advisory Committee to order. This is our practice. Let's go on and do self-introductions. And we'll start on this side with Mr. Glover.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I missed the beginning.
So you would do a self-introduction and whom you represent.
Good morning, Nicholas Glover, representative of HART. Yeah, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Christina Costa, and I am a Citizens Advisory Committee member at the appointment of City Council Chairman Joseph Citro.
Morning, everyone. My name is Stephen Hollenkamp. I represent Plant City, and I'm the guy that spilled coffee earlier.
Is that it?
It's hard, that's a hard one to follow. Rick Fernandez, Hispanic at large, appointed by you folks. And that little blue bar right there at the end, that's me. So thank you so much.
All right, I'm Bill Roberts. I was appointed by the Aviation Authority.
Johnny Wong, TPO staff and STC liaison.
Christina Bosworth, I was appointed by County Commissioner Mariella Smith.
Dan Majewski, I was appointed by FIAS.
Don Skelton, appointed by the court.
Sharon Gamon, small business owner. Welcome to the webinar. You have entered that.
All right. We have committee members online who would like to introduce themselves.
Yes, Chair, you do have Drew Newman is online.
Drew?
Yes, and Hoyt Prindle is here, appointed by Commissioner Kemp online.
Terrence Stratus here. Good morning, African American at Large representative.
Morning, Terrence. Who else?
Eliza Morrison's on, appointed by Commissioner Cohen.
Good. Anyone else? All right.
Yeah, this is Carolyn Brown, appointed by Commissioner Myers.
Morning, Karen. Anyone else? Good attendance this morning. A lot of people online. Thank you for joining us virtually as well. This time I'll entertain a motion to allow remote virtual participation by committee members.
So moved.
The motion, I hear a second.
Second.
Majewski seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Good to have you with us, all of our virtual attendees. Next item on our agenda will be the public comment portion of the meeting. Is there anyone in the room for public comment? I think not. Is there anyone online signed up for public comment?
Not that I'm seeing, and I don't have any hands raised.
All right. Thank you very much. Having no public comment, we'll close that portion of the meeting. Move on to the next item agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of the October meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Mr. Fernandez moved. Do we have a second? Second by Christina. Any discussion, additions, or corrections anyone wants to make to the minutes? Anyone online have a comment or correction to the minutes of the October meeting? Hearing none, all in favor of approval of the October minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you very much. That moves us on to our action items. First is a TIP amendment regarding rail crossings. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, CDC members. How's everybody doing today? Good. Can everybody online hear me okay?
I assume so.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. So I'm Ryan Matthew. I'm TPO staff. We have one amendment for you today, the TIP amendment. Polk Street Rail Crossing Technology Study, or Polk Street Rail Crossing Technology, not study. All right. project summary here is we have one amendment that's been requested by the DOT for the addition of funds for the fiscal year 23-26 through 27 tip of $119,580.
I'm sorry, excuse me. We don't see the slides online. Or I don't. Does anybody else?
We see that now?
Yes, thank you.
All right. TFP amendment, Fulton Street Rail Crossing Technology. This here is the project summary. Amendment requested by the DOT to add funds to the fiscal year 23 through 27 tip with the addition of $119,580. For the Polk Street Rail Crossing Technology, it's called the radio key down. This will allow the train or CSX operator to activate the flashing signals on Polk Street. CSX is replacing the old outdated equipment with the new equipment. And this slide shows here the addition of funds for the $119,580 for fiscal year 23. And public outreach, we have 21 days that we do before the December TPO board meeting. We post a newsletter release, social media post, and the webpage is also published and a sign will be displayed on Polk Street. And our recommended action is to approve the amendment for the 23 through 27 tip and recommend approval to the TPO board. That's all I have for you today, short and sweet.
Good, thank you, Roger. Could you give us a brief description of what these funds are intended to be used for? You have that information?
So the radio key down operates when a train comes up to a crossing. They'll send a signal up, send the arms down, and the flashing lights will turn on to keep people from crossing the tracks. But along Polk Street, since there's no arms, some of the lights are not being displayed when they hit the radio key down, so that, you know, the flashing lights aren't coming on. So they're getting ready to replace those and put new ones in. Newer technology.
Yes, Christine.
Roger, does this affect the need for the train conductor to whistle through the urban core? Is that still part of how they, does this have any impact on whether or not they have to?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I'd have to look into that, but I would say probably yes. Hit the whistle, let people know there's a train coming through, and they do the radio key down, activate the lights. Trains can continue on. And I think at that point they're expected to be at a specific speed limit.
Yeah. I asked because, Mr. Chairman, because I have heard some of our downtown neighborhood associations have expressed wish that they didn't have to blow the horns at, say, 3 a.m. or some other time. So I was just wondering, since we have Roger here to talk about rail, that's why I asked.
No, I think that's a great question, Christine. Thank you. Roger, would you mind checking? I think that's a federal regulation that they're required to whistle. But I think since it's come up at this committee, if you wouldn't mind researching that for us.
Sure, I can do that.
You could do?
Absolutely.
Just find out what the regulation is and if there's any opportunity to lessen the blow on downtown residents.
Right.
Any other questions? Anyone online have a question or comment regarding this proposed TIP amendment? I'm not hearing any online. The recommended action is for us to approve the TIP amendment, move it on to the TPO Board of Directors for the December meeting. Do I have a motion to that effect? Ms. Fernandez moves. Mr. Glover second. Any further discussion? Anyone online care to discuss?
Chairman Roberts, do I have access or am I in listen only mode? I apologize.
We can hear you now. You have a question or comment?
Just wanted to make sure. It said I was in listen only mode. I wanted to make sure that I was in the meeting.
Okay, you're in.
Thank you.
And who is that?
That's Mickey.
Does she not know she's not here anymore?
She's not on a member anymore.
It's not true. Correct.
Nikki reappointed or nominated for reappointment. If the TPO board approves it in December, she'll stay on the committee, but until then, I think she's going to continue to serve.
So Guido renominated.
Right, that's right.
So Chairman, could I please have access to the meeting?
I believe we can hear you, so I think you have access. Do you see the video?
It doesn't allow me to fully see. What it shows me is I'm in listen only mode as if I'm not a member. So if somebody could correct that and I could re-log in, please.
Be happy to do that. It's beyond my technical control.
Yeah, sure. Nikki, Mike Remfer should be messaging you in the chat shortly, and he'll walk you through the steps to get.
Gotcha. Thank you. And I am still a member. Guido has continued to appoint me, and I would like to, and I apologize for this point of privilege. He explained my situation. I've been under construction for 2.5 years, running a business and 2 construction projects, but I do read all of our information. I do not receive anything, like I said, for this. It does not help or pad my resume. I do this because I care. And I'm looking forward to getting the schedule for next year so that I can actually block that time out on my schedule to actually be there in person. And I wanted to be there today, but a contractor decided to finally work today.
All in favor of the motion to move this item to the TPO board, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Roger, for the presentation. We look forward to that feedback if you're able to get.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, the next section of our agenda are status reports. We have a report on Tampa moves. I understand that Lana Rozier is going to make this presentation. And thought it was going to be done in person. Maybe it's going to be done remotely.
Hey, Alana, are you there? Gail, do you see anyone from City of Tampa staff on the call?
I do not. No.
Okay, well, why don't you give me a minute to text her and share.
Johnny, this is Lisa. She's having trouble joining the meeting, so I'm rectifying it for her. So maybe you can switch to the next topic and we'll be back.
All right, thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, Lisa. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Why don't we move on to item B, which is the Hillsborough County Greenways Master Plan. Paper. Sarah.
Paging Sarah.
I am not seeing Sarah online either.
We're running ahead of schedule, so I think everybody can be
Have a good day, everybody.
shocked.
This is the good stuff, though. I'm excited to hear these presentations.
Committee like to move on to item number C.
If Catherine is present, it's real early for her on
Yeah,
according to our agenda.
running ahead of time. Someone available to do the Tampa School Transportation Safety Study report? Lisa, are you going to do that one? Sorry to put you on the spot.
Lisa, can you hear us? We're having to move forward in the agenda and your school transportation safety studies.
Okay, sorry. I had the right headphones, but I had muted myself automatically, evidently. Okay, I was helping Alana, so let me get back over here to my share screen and stuff. All right.
Lisa, if you're talking to the committee, we cannot hear you.
Oh, really? Oh, shoot. I am talking.
Okay. Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Thank
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. All right. I'm going to turn that off so it doesn't. All right. Johnny, did you send me presenter mode?
Joe can send that to you.
Oh, there it is. Okay, yay. All right. Which screen are you seeing? My PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm. Still seeing it in full view?
No, now we see
No, we're looking at
email.
your email.
Okay, all right.
So,
Okay.
you had it on the right screen.
Yep. Now moving it back over. Hold on.
But the way they're doing it is they are focusing, they're getting different volunteers and focusing block to block.
Okay.
Couple people on this block.
I should just get it in this view.
All right.
So.
If you're a member of the committee and you're online, would you mute so we can hear the presenter?
Okay. It's Lisa Silva, it's your TPO staff.
Okay, with this tech, right?
All right. I'm gonna go, guys. I assume you can see me and everything. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
All right.
All right. So I have an excellent project to present to you today. It's the Tampa School Transportation Safety Study. So I'm going to give you a brief overview about it, tell you about the survey and field observations, and then some of our engineering recommendations. This study built on our previous 2018 school study. And with schooling, we always learn a lot. So we learned that not everything can be solved with expensive engineering solutions. So encouragement and education is an important component. So we gave a lot more love and attention to that topic this time. And then we also had a lot more equity focus this time. So we gave it a lot of weight. It was weighted equally with safety. And it was very data driven like in the past. So as I mentioned, it built on our 2018 school study. We identified some physical improvements. This thing is in my way. There we go. Okay. And then some school specific things, like I said. Okay, here we go. Project overview. We assembled a stakeholder group. So many of the members of our previous school transportation working group were brought back to the table to give us updated feedback and focus on the specifics of this study. We did a giant survey of all the families in the school district again. We updated all of the schools, so we reprioritized all the schools with the latest data. So now each jurisdiction has it. But this one was a request of City of Tampa. So the detailed school analysis of the top 8 was done in city limits. And then I told you about all that already. I had a lot to share. I will be blasting through this. I'll just tell you it's a lot to cover in a short period of time. So, and I wanted to let you know that I'm presenting it so that you have a little bit of digestion of the whole big study this month because it's coming back for action next month. Okay, so we did school selection criteria. You know, we obviously look at the enrollment area, the size. You see the heat map here. It shows you where the students actually live within the boundary. We looked at the crashes, but crashes specific to school-age children on school days, the roadway characteristics and proximity to other uses in schools, gave it scoring, and there's a really detailed thing on our website talking about the methodology that went into this and the final listing. So of the final schools, this is the 8 that scored the highest. Then it was taken through the stakeholder group and we pulled out all the schools that still, so unfortunately some of our top 12 from the last study were still in the top, but it's only because it takes a while for all these recommendations to get implemented. So of course, we didn't want to double study those. So those were pulled out. Any others that had safe routes to school grants or anything, we didn't give them additional love or focused on the ones that needed more attention. I will show you. Okay. And then 6,000 responses from our school survey. So you can, again, there's a lot of detail on the final results of that. You know, elementary school student parents responded more than the older ones. We have what type of their, you know, unfortunately, they're still choosing to drive their personal vehicle to school as their mode. We want to shift that. And so you'll see a lot of our strategies do that. And what their concerns are with safety, the perception of ability to walk and what distances for the age groups and their types of school. So we got a lot of great information out of the surveys. And then we didn't just interview the families. We're like, oh, the principals know a lot. So there was a school administration survey sent out. So we got feedback and ideas from each of the principals that responded. It was all, you know, developed into, then it helped inform us as we went out. We got the school circulation is a big issue, as you saw here on this big word cloud. You know, so we took a list of their strategies and we're going to share them with each other because there's really great ideas that works at this school that this other school may not know about, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that. And then they need resources to do some of these things. So we saw a disparity in types of resources at the different schools. So we're like, oh, if you can go get brand new cones and that actually function at work, you know, and it's your sources, the sheriff's office or the city of Tampa, let's get clear who has what. And so that's another great thing we're going to connect the dots with. We then went out in the field because nothing, you know, informs you like seeing school arrival and dismissal in action. So we saw some crazy, disturbing things like parents parking right on the sidewalk at dismissal. And so we're like, oh, let's change behavior. Again, lots of great information specific to the school. So we took a deep dive in those 6,000 responses and looked at what's going on at our specific school, pulled that information out both from the families and from the principals, went out, did our observations, made recommendations. So we have one of these things, because again, small schools, big schools, some are nestled in neighborhoods, some are a little more commercially areas. So we checked out the context of each school. And then we went out and met with the principals. So we had like a little miniature charrette. You can see some of their comments. So they helped inform like, oh, are we on the right track here? What are we missing? Because they live and work there. They had some really great feedback. Took the ideas back to our stakeholder group a couple of times to make sure that, you know, enforcement's fine with our ideas in the engineering, the parent groups, you know, that encouragement and education gurus. Here's Shaw Elementary's list of recommendations. This is all detailed in the report, and I put a link to that in your write-up. So again, I'm going very fast today, but you can see the various recommendations like, you know, raised crosswalk, because now that they've improved the crossing in the CSX rail line, it makes the cars feel like they can go faster because it was like natural traffic calming. And they have a teeny tiny painted crosswalk, but it's faded significantly over time. So it needs a refresh. And I like to call the little photos over here to the side my evidence of bicycle jail. So it's not really incentivized if you have to ride your bike all the way to the front door and then in and all the way back down and then put it behind a fence all day. So there's little different things that we can do to policy-wise to help incentivize walking and biking safely to and from school. So then we took off and went over to Orange Grove and repeated the process. And then we went to Potter and West Tampa. I will hit West Tampa a little bit here for you. So again, we had the details of each survey that helped inform us, did our field analysis, did our data analysis and field observations, met with the principal, got detailed input and feedback on that, did our list of recommendations. They have this interesting, very tight school campus. Let me back here to the photos, and you can see the drop off, and they have to close the street here. So they have created a school street informally at their school. We would like to make that official City of Tampa policy so that other schools can use that technique safely and feel like, it's a great recommendation. One of the things we're thinking to do is do a maintenance of traffic plan for each school and have it filed at the school so that then each year and each change of resource officer or principal or crossing guard, they have an engineer-informed study, data-informed circulation idea. So one of them is that speeding's been observed here and wrong way driving at the school drop-off, which is, just terrifying. So we're like, oh, hey, let's have a painted corridor. Like instead of the intersection, we need to paint this whole lane here and make it obvious where you need to be traveling safe with children. I've even had a scout that wants to do their Eagle Scout badge project, and they've reached out to the principal. They're designing something with the new school logo to do a Paint Saves Lives project there. So that's very exciting. Potter Elementary, same results here. And then we go to Jefferson High School. So we did a little bit of different types of schools. The elementaries were a little higher rated this time because they're focused areas and a lot more walker and biker potential. But we have some middle schools, Magnets, and Jefferson High School, a couple of high schools. So different contexts given it's in the West Shore area, and we have the West Shore Alliance ready to partner on some of the recommendations of the results of that. We have Stewart Elementary. Okay, so then we have a 3-campus kind of combo of one, because we had Just Elementary, Stewart Middle, and Blake High School all within a few blocks of each other, and they all ranked high in our least safe schools. So we did a combination review out there because they're all impacting each other. So you can see the context here. There's a lot of redevelopment planned in the area. So we even recognize that. We're like, hey, you had to have this one school as a magnet in the past, but given all the redevelopment, maybe it become a neighborhood school. Given the design of the roadways near there, it is more appropriate as that and would cause a lot less conflicts with all the buses flying in and out at arrival and dismissal. So then we walk through the details on each of those. I think this one's very telling. Again, here's parking on the sidewalk, and then we have some illegal parkers here underneath the underpass by Blake. When I approached them to ask them and find out what they would like us to know and improve about circulation, they were quick to tell me that they're not doing anything illegal. You could not ticket them. So evidently they've been approached before. Here on the off-ramp, on-ramp, we have drivers are driving in the bike lane right next to the children walking home. And I'm like, anyway, so lots of behavior to correct here. And then I'll hit some of the highlights of our encouragement and educational ideas. Of course, we steal them from great successes. We had Sidewalk Stompers as one of our stakeholder groups, and Cutter, and the Safe Routes programs. We decided that one thing that would be important is to take this and turn it into a magnet or a flyer to distribute to the school district, because these principals are very busy educating our students and not so great at knowing, oh, if I have a tree limb blocking my school zone sign, who do I call? So we developed a who do you call, so everybody doesn't have to think, oh, let's email Lisa. I don't know all the answers even. So we have the list of different resources for different common school issues around the area. And so this is getting developed and refined to then produce. And then another one is, imagine this as a yard sign. We're thinking we can bring awareness to the special areas and the routes and things that we've identified as preferred for the children or problem areas. Post these to bring some more awareness to the route and that children are present. Also, we're talking to about some geofencing and sending messages out to the phones. You have captive audiences with parents stuck in car lines or driving through an area, or you have a driver that's driving through a school zone, not maybe as aware. So these targeted messages can go out to them, making awareness and then also informing them of the correct rules. I find a lot of people are even still confused about when is it appropriate and lawful to pass a school bus, or, you know, some school zones are one posted speed and some are others. So, and then some, you know, fun fast fix of like delineating the walkways with the chalk paint, some crosswalks to classroom projects, and oh, that's the little logo that the principal, and here's the school and that that corridor that we want to like delineate so people know where it's special. So, all right, that's a high level overview of the top 8 schools, and then some systematic things that we want to do, and just encourage safely being in and around schools. So that concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you, Lisa. We have some questions. Ed, go ahead.
Well, I will say it was a little hard to follow because we had 3 slides. I was having a hard time keeping up. But one thing I did see that surprised me is what seemed like incredibly low number of responses. I mean, what activities were done to encourage people to respond? I mean, you had one school that there were no responses, and you had some that were like 8. I mean, you know, if you've got a school population of 400 or 500 or 600, you know, you kind of wonder what activities were done to actually encourage people to respond.
Good point. I'm sorry. Did you want to respond, Lisa?
Sure, I can let you know that we partnered with the school district on designing this. They have very specific rules about how you can communicate with their children and families. So it was distributed through their parent blast, and then there was a few reminders were sent out. So yes, when you drill down to some of the specific schools, you don't have a lot of participation. That's not unusual when you think about that we did focus on our communities of concern. These are busy parents that don't get to participate and be as involved in the school district. So we were their eyes and ears, and that's why the charrettes and interviews with the principals was extra important to complement the observations that the families provided. So I hope that answers it.
Some principals did not finish their surveys either.
That's correct, and we can't make them. And we tried very hard to meet with them in the summer when they're not as busy and they don't have the students on staff. And we ran out and did all the field observations quickly before school was released. I still think that we have good end product, but yes, participation is challenging.
Christina?
Yes, Lisa, it appears that this is a Tampa-only school district study. It's working with the Hillsborough County School District. Was there any interest in doing this county-wide and looking at all of the schools in the county?
This Hillsborough County took our 2018 data, and they've already developed their school safe routes projects. And Abigail Flores has a whole presentation on what they've done with the results. So they're already busy working on that. They have some great stuff. The city of Tampa asked the TPO to help support them in their next steps with implementing the studies.
Thank you.
And the schools were ranked district-wide, county-wide. So everybody has refreshed data as a result of the study.
Good. Yes, Christine Costa.
Lisa, I commend you and Catherine on this work. It's like really a lot of great information. It is a lot of information. I had a hard time keeping up to, but I'm excited to see it in the queue. And just a little dash of reminder for our committee members that it was a high school student crossing the street to Chamberlain High School who was killed by a motorist that started our Vision Zero efforts. just the nonprofit that was trying to get that to be a part of our programming in the city and the county. So this is really near and dear to a lot to me. Lisa, I was wondering, where are we? Some communities have installed automated enforcement in school zones for speeding. Is that anything that is part of the resolution potential? This is where a motorist is clocked speeding and receives a ticket in the mail, for speeding in a school zone. So is there anything like that coming up?
Two things. The TPO board directed us to pursue that legislatively, and we were not successful at the state level last year's session, but it is a recommendation you will see in this study as to look into a pilot of that, because since then we went to some Vision Zero peer reviews and best practices, and we've learned there's a TPO in Florida that's not, because you cannot ticket, they are sending letters to and caught exceeding the speed limit in a school zone. So we are digging into that to see if that's something we can flesh out and do. And the city of Tampa has been receptive to having it as a recommendation in the report.
So thank you.
Good. Other questions from committee members online?
Ms. Rice has her hand.
Nikki, you have a question? Yes, I do. Hi, Lisa. It was a good presentation. It's really important. I just had like a two-pronged thing to ask you. Number one, was there resistance? Did you meet with Addison, the school board? Because I'm not sure why we weren't able to use Canvas to actually get more information, because these, like, I believe it was Ed earlier who said these numbers, I mean, we're talking a fraction. I also would like to, so that's the first question. Have we talked about putting this out on Canvas? And was there resistance from Addison and the administrators of the school board? The second question I have is, one thing I noticed was that when I looked at your initial pie chart in the beginning showing the participation of how you looked at numbers, because we all know that I happen to own a business this one block off of Adams and Chamberlain. So I get to see what that looks like every day. But there's also 3 charter schools in that drop distance, and only 6% of the survey was charter participation. A lot of these cars on the road are people who are driving from other areas to take their children back and forth to charter schools, because regardless of the bus shortage that we have to correct, a lot of these people are parents that now hit the road between that 2 o'clock time frame, 1:45 to 4:30, that are coming in and out of zones that cross between regular school zones. Was this taken into consideration? And do we have a way to possibly make a motion to try to, we know the staggering of our kids in public schools is because we aren't funding enough buses. So now we have to stagger these kids. Then we have parents going to charter schools on the road, and it's creating a rush hour that starts 1:45. Like I said, I'd rather be on the road at 5:30 than at 2:30 right now. So it's impacting local businesses. And I'm just curious if you guys have been looking at the impact the charter schools are having. They're taking almost 65% of our funding anyway. Could you at least speak to that portion, and also the initial part of whether or not you got pushback from the school board or Addison, and why Canvas cannot? I don't see why this couldn't have been on Canvas.
Okay. On the Canvas question, we approached the school district and redid our survey and then added a survey this time. I didn't ask specifically about Canvas. They picked the technique to distribute the survey and its reminders. So that's interesting.
Lisa, was that you approaching like the administration building about it, or was it about going to the school board directly and asking to put this out to try to?
School board was not approached directly. I do monthly briefings with the school board member, Jessica Vaughn, that's on the TPO board.
support this 100%. I cannot see her not supporting putting this out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also,
Again, we did.
charter schools need to be included when they're getting 65% of, they're getting a huge swath of our funding, and they're causing the traffic. And so,
yeah, charter schools are, okay, I will tell you. Charter schools are okay. Okay.
It's a monster of a fix.
It is. Okay. So when I was the liaison to the school transportation working group, which we created back 2015 and did the work for 3 years, we did have charter schools come up multiple times, and they were specific agenda topics multiple times. And we worked with the charter person at the school district, and we had the charter presidents and so here, and we had BOCC members wanting to influence the design and timing of charter schools, and the hands are tied. Okay, that's really frustrating to me. I like to
It's so frustrating because they're getting our money, they're getting the bulk of our money, and they're not following the rules across the board, and it's causing a problem for public schools.
Correct. And the board wanted to, Board of County Commissioners even wanted to edit the land development codes on how they're designed and influence the timing. And they don't use buses, everything drives. They are a nightmare, but our hands are limited statutorily, et cetera, on what we can do with charters. But I will tell you that any charter school, and you can see it in the detailed reports, that was in and around an area did get studied. I call them my twofers. I get like the top 8 schools plus any schools in the walking boundary gets analyzed by the consultant. They don't ignore them. So the context and the presence of other schools is recognized, and charters are a nightmare. And now we have cooperation with the school board. There's even discussion. Ms. Vaughn has requested a school transportation workshop with the board. We're waiting on the timing of that till our TPO board takes action on this study and it gets finalized. But no, we've had great participation.
3 charter schools in walking distance.
Of Chamberlain?
Yeah, Chamberlain and Adams have 3 charter schools in walking distance. And my clients can't even get to my business and just sit in rancid backup through North Boulevard, Bush, etc. So, and then to the second part with the low participation, I would suggest, putting it out on Canvas.
Yeah, that's a great tip.
And the other thing I would like to know is there a way that we here at the TPO can find somewhere in the budget the capacity to increase the funding for school busing or reallocate money for busing so that we don't have parents dealing with kids getting out at 3 separate times. And this staggering is ludicrous. And God, these poor kids at magnet schools are sitting on buses for hours. So I feel for you. This is really important. I mean, this is a good start. I just think that it's abysmal when you see, I can't imagine being in your position when I see like four families participated, 28 out of 1,300. I wrote all the numbers down. And no charter people participated. So I would highly suggest advocating through Jessica Vaughn, Canvas, and then I don't know what other solution, but I'm sure you do have some data on the impact of how the staggering is affecting. I think that's a part of the traffic problem too, is that it's a consistent flow of impact all day long.
You would have been a great school transportation working group member because these topics came up, and bell times and how to get public input and deal with the solution there. There were 12,000 students late to school every single day. So we have improved that with the staggered bell times, and more children are arriving, safely and on buses. The buses, unfortunately, again, this is not me deferring. I really wanted to solve a lot of these things when I was their liaison, but the bus funding is dictated by the state. You get 45 cents on the dollar of what it costs Hillsborough County to bus the students, reimbursed from the state. So and where they can bus has to be outside the 2 miles. You and I know 2 miles is too much for a kindergartner to be considering walking safely and comfortably to school. Each year we are lobbying and legislating for those
100 parents
changes.
driving to a charter school, 200 parents, 300 parents, 1,000 parents driving to Trinity, right? So you have all those people on the road. Now would be a good time to kind of use this to reach out if you wanted to the media, because that surtax, even though the state says we're not allowed to, God forbid, tax ourselves specifically on transportation, now would be a good time to possibly reach out to the media while people are voting in this midterm, because that's funding that could be allocated towards actual bus improvements for their children to get to school at one time. So that's just something I just wanted to share, and thank you for the presentation. I'll be sure, I'll be contacting Jessica Vaughn directly on this, plus as well the union. And I hope that you've spoken with the union leader.
Thank you for your feedback.
Thank you, Lisa. I understand this will come back to us for action as early as next month. Is that right, Lisa?
That's correct. December 7th, you'll see it for action. So I wanted to make sure you are aware of all the resources and materials on the website here, planhillsborough.com/school. So you can dig into it and reach out with questions.
Great. Well, thank you for the presentation and a lot of good information in there.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is Terrence Trott. I just wanted to, Nikki dropped it in there, but I just wanted to reiterate that these issues are on the ballot this year. So research your candidates and everything on the ballot, and please go vote. It's very important.
Thank you, Terrence. All right, let's see if we can move back on our agenda to the Tampa Moves update. Is Lana Rocher available?
She is online, and I will make her presenter now.
Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Let me get my screen up. Okay, so you can see my presentation now.
Yes, you can.
All right. Well, good morning. Sorry for being late. I got the start time a little wrong. But I'm here to provide, sorry, was that a question?
No, I said I apologize for us being early. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm Alana Brazier. I'm the chief planner for the City of Tampa's Mobility Department, and I'm sharing an update on our citywide mobility plan, which we are now in the wrapping up phase. So we've been leading this effort for the past couple years, doing the most comprehensive transportation planning effort the city has ever done. So there's a lot of great information to share, and I'm going to get right into it. If my screen will advance. Here we go. Okay, so just to give you an overview of the presentation, I will start out with sharing where we are now with our transportation system and how we got there, and then share an overview of what we've heard from the outreach done so far through this whole effort, of what people want Tampa's tomorrow to look like, and then our plan for getting there. So where are we now? Just to kind of set the stage for what we're working with. These are the existing transportation assets that the City of Tampa owns and maintains. So we have over 2,000 miles of roads, 154 miles of bike facilities, 51 bridges, a whole bunch of street lights, street signs. We have about 1,000 miles of sidewalk. So you can see this is just kind of scratching the surface of all the assets that we have that we maintain. And to give you an overview of our funding sources, our primary funding source is the local option gas tax, which funds typically about 80% of our transportation projects. Property taxes collected in the city do not go towards transportation. Other sources that we have coming in are, we have some right-of-way permit fees impact fees. We get a portion of the red light camera funds. There's the countywide community investment tax, which is about to sunset in the next few years, which I think the intent originally was it helped build the stadium, the Bucks Stadium, but now, you know, portions of it can be spent towards other capital projects, but it's not much that we get from that each year. And then the other big bucket is grant funding. So we spend a lot of our staff time pursuing and applying for grants. But on average, we have about $11 million per year to work with for our transportation projects. And we stretch that $11 million as far as we can to update and rehab our bridges, repave our roads. We do a lot of event signage, so road closures to support all the events. I think we have probably 1,000 events each year in the city. We sweep our streets and our bike lanes, build new crosswalks and sidewalks, replace traffic signs and signals. But our current funding isn't even keeping up with our basic maintenance. 40% of roads in the city are in poor or failing condition. We have some key downtown bridges that need major rehabilitation, upwards of $20 million. We have many seawalls that need to be replaced, and about half of our traffic signals are past their useful life. So out of our 500 or so traffic signals, about 200 or so are past their useful life, meaning that they could fall into the road at any given time, particularly during strong storm events. And there was actually a video taken by TPD during Hurricane Ian of one of our traffic signals actually falling in the road due to the high winds. And just to kind of round out this picture, with that funding, we're able to build about 1 mile of sidewalk per year, which costs $800,000. We are able to repave 30 miles of roads, which is about $4.8 million. We can replace 1 traffic signal per year, which is about $750,000. And so just gives you kind of the lay of the land of some of the primary things that we're doing and what the cost is. So we all know there's a problem. We drive over potholes every day. We drive by crashes or are involved in crashes. We sit in traffic. We miss our bus and have to wait another hour for the bus to come. So we all know that there's a problem with our transportation system. Our streets very badly need to be repaved. This is Howard Avenue. And this number 2097 is represents the year that we would get to if we started repaving every road in Tampa today. So we're on our current funding is for a 75-year repaving cycle. So many of us will not even get to that year when we'll actually have repaved all our roads. We have roads in Tampa that are unsafe. We have about, on average, in a typical year, 44 fatalities and another 300 severe injuries each year in Tampa. And that's roads that are owned by the city, the county, and FDOT all combined. Last year was actually a particularly horrifying year where we saw almost double the number of fatalities. We had 81 fatalities, and there was a national trend overall to see an increase in fatalities, but ours was significantly higher than other cities. Our costs are high. So for the average household in Tampa, they're paying over half of their income towards just their housing and how they get around transportation. And then we spend a lot of time sitting in traffic, about 48 hours on average each year. And that's all going on while we're also growing very rapidly. So this is the same intersection 5 years apart. This is at Channelside and Meridian. So we've literally had a new downtown pop up overnight. So how did we get here? This is a reference to the last time the federal gas tax was raised, which was in 1993, which was when this movie Groundhog Day came out. So almost 30 years ago was the last time our primary funding source was increased. So you can just kind of imagine making the same salary that you made 30 years ago, but paying today's prices. That's essentially what we're working with our transportation budget. And with the gas tax, it's stagnant because it is a consumption-based tax, which means that whether a gallon of gas is $2 per gallon or $5 per gallon, we just collect 18.3 cents from that. We do not collect more money as the price of gas goes up. It's all about how much gas is consumed. So our old ways of doing things won't work anymore, and we have to learn to do more with less. And so we're at a critical time in the city's transportation system lifetime. And this is why we have developed this mobility plan, because we really have to focus in on what are our guiding principles, what are the most important things that we can be doing with that limited amount of funding. So when Mayor Castor took office, she initiated this major strategic planning effort called Transforming Tampa's Tomorrow, which focused on 5 key areas, and transportation was one of them. And the top priority that came out of that, or action item, was to create the city's first comprehensive citywide mobility plan. This is also where our Vision Zero strategy came from as well, which is folded into our mobility planning efforts. So over the past 2 years, we've been pulling a lot of data together, combing through policies and doing a lot of outreach. We did a whole bunch of outreach over the course of 2021, which unfortunately was still during COVID years. I mean, we're still in COVID time, but we had to make it all virtual. So, you know, it just kind of limited how much outreach we could do, but that's why we are doing a whole big push for outreach again, as we're able to meet in person, and as we wrap up this mobility plan, because we want to make sure we heard everyone right. We got the vision right, we're getting the priorities right, and we want to make sure that this is a plan that represents what Tampanians want to see. So just to summarize outreach that we've heard so far, or input that we've heard so far, we've heard overwhelmingly that people want reliable infrastructure. You want to know that your bridges are going to hold your car when you drive over it. You want more options for getting around. We heard 80% of participants said they want to walk and bike and take transit more. They just don't feel comfortable doing so. And people want a robust transit system. This was overwhelmingly the #1 priority for transportation from all of the participants. We want to see streets as places. We love those places where there's a mix of uses, there's activity, there's street life, and there's walkable, you know, neighborhoods and cafes. We want safe streets so we can walk our kids to school. We want equity in decision making and making sure our voices are heard. And then we want a resilient city that can withstand any potential stressors or major hurricane events that might come our way. So how will we get there? This is where our mobility plan comes in. And the moves in Tampa Moves is made up of our guiding principles. So the M in Moves represents mobility for all, making sure everyone has access to quality transportation choices. The O represents opportunity, connecting people to jobs. The V is for vision, which is really encompasses creating a sustainable and healthy and resilient future. The E is for equity, which is focused on removing barriers for people who need it most. And then the S is safety, and that's where our Vision Zero strategy comes in. So as part of our mobility plan, these are our project focus areas. And under each of these, we will be identifying a prioritized list of projects. So we have maintain our existing assets as one of our focus areas, filling walk and bike network gaps, creating streets as places, making our streets safer for everyone, supporting effective transit, and managing congestion through technology. And how we are going to get there is we are using those guiding principles that make up moves to use a really data-driven process. So with that data-driven process, we will be evaluating potential projects and scoring them based on various criteria to see how they align with our guiding principles. So what we've been doing with this plan is we've identified gaps in our transportation network, the sidewalk gaps, bike network gaps, all of the various gaps that we are dealing with, and then identified potential solutions, and then prioritized those projects using those guiding principles. So I'll give you an example because that's very plannery sounding. But this, I think, really helps kind of drive the idea home. So we took all of the known sidewalk gaps in the city, which is about 1,000 miles of sidewalk gaps, and we looked at each of those gaps and ranked them based on this evaluation criteria. So if a known sidewalk gap was on a regional route and connected to transit and near a school and located within a community of concern and on one of the Vision Zero corridors, that would give it a higher ranking. And so those higher ranked gaps are shown in this map in the red color. So those red gaps are hitting a lot of those criteria more, whereas down to the blue gaps, those are hitting less of the criteria. So just in terms of how we prioritize that limited pot of money for building that 1 mile of sidewalk that we're able to afford each year, this really helps us zero in on those places that we need to be focusing on. Those red areas are highest priority. And then we took it a step further just to understand, the data-driven process compared to our old ways of doing things, which a lot of it was request-based. So we have a whole bunch of sidewalk requests that we've gathered over the years, and we mapped those out. And so you can see that on the top left, and then on the bottom left is the actual prioritized map. So this is Sulphur Springs, where you can see they had a very high ranking of priority requests, of priority gaps, but they didn't have any or hardly any requests there. So it just kind of proved our point of the data-driven process being a much more equitable way of doing things. So as we wrap up our mobility plan, we'll be identifying projects under these various categories and including maintaining our existing assets, which includes repaving, maintaining our bridges. We're also focusing on making our streets safer for everyone. So we have our Vision Zero action plan, which we are busy implementing, and we will be focusing on filling our walk and bike network gaps. So those high priority sidewalk gaps, bike network gaps. managing congestion through technology. There's a lot that we can do with our signal timing and at intersections to make traffic flow more easily. Widening our roads in Tampa is not an option. We're a very built out city. So we have to figure out what we can do and be creative with technology. And creating streets as places. So more events, more of the activity, more of the paint events that you see, and more of just the placemaking component. Supporting effective transit, we have the streetcar, which the city owns and HART operates. And we also own a lot of the streets that transit operates on, and we can control the land use that supports transit. So we do have a big role to play in supporting and fostering a more robust transit system. So to wrap it up, this is our Tampa Moves commitment to our residents to listen first and then listen again, lead with data and distribute resources equitably, align our resources and policies to support this implementation of this plan. We're seeking funding from every possible source, and then that's all to achieve the greatest impact that we can. So we have wrapped up these town halls that you see. We had 3 town halls over the past month or so, which was in combination with an update on our climate action plan and the city's comprehensive plan. So those 3 were held. We're summarizing all of the input we heard. I think we had probably 300 people collectively attend those. And then if you would like to learn more about the mobility plan in particular, you can go to tpamoves.org. You can view maps and fact sheets, provide comments and input. You can also request a presentation if you would like a city staff person to come to your neighborhood group or another organization. We'd be happy to come and give a presentation similar to this. We can make it a shortened version or whatever you would like, but we're just trying to get out there in every possible way that we can to make sure we're getting as much input as we can. And we're hoping to wrap up the mobility plan by the end of this year. But it is something that we will continue to update as we go along too. So yes, we just want to make sure we're getting as much input as possible and just making people aware of everything that we're doing to be as efficient and effective as possible with our limited transportation dollars. That is it.
Well,
stop showing my screen.
Thank you very much for the wealth of information contained in that report. Are there questions from members of the committee? Christina.
Hey, Alana, great presentation. So much hard work represented in all of your slides. Just two quick questions. In your criteria, so the data-centric evaluation of how we can possibly prioritize 1,000 miles of sidewalk gap, I mean, that is one tough approach. Is there a metric that includes how many people are already walking in an area? Like, are we using the non-motorized counting elements or tools that the city owns or can be procured elsewhere to sort of ensure that that is a data point taken into consideration? Mm-hmm. And my second question is, you didn't have it reflected, and possibly because it's such a tiny little drop in the overall bucket, but I know that all the micromobility providers do engage in a revenue sharing with the city. Is that anything that is going to amount too much for improving facilities? Thank you.
Yeah, and that kind of is noted under the right-of-way permit fees. I know we do collect a little bit from what they collect, but it's kind of all lumps into that right-of-way permit fees bucket. So okay. And then to your earlier question, yes, that is something that we also look at where people are walking and biking most heavily already. So that is not necessarily a criteria that you saw on ranking the sidewalk apps, but it is an additional thing that we look at as we start to really plan out projects and prioritize.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions in the room? I see Nikki has her hand up. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Roberts. Alana, that artwork behind you is really cool. Just wanted to share that with you. I'm positive. What I'm about to say, I want to apologize to you. I know that your hands are tied and it's hard with the city. Often you guys are blamed by FDOT, or it's like everybody passes the buck, right? Like, oh, we can't do this, or we can't do this, or we can't get the funding. When I was at a recent, and I'm not going to name this employee, but somebody who is pretty dominant in your department, I was at the charrette for FDOT, and it was the one that was at Stetson. And the person who created the website, Tampa Moves, when we talked about it, they talked about all the involvement on it. They could not name the website. And I said, I have this on video, by the way, and I'm nice enough that I didn't put this out on the internet. I have people from the city who do not know the name of the actual website called Tampa Moves. That's a problem. I was also informed of the limited amount of visitors, and I had never even heard of it. I shared a link on here that you can see, the CUTR, the cutterusf.edu, which is a mobility, a way to raise funding for mobility. And I feel like the one thing that you said in the presentation is you talked about how we created this like vibrant downtown, right? But you know what? There's been no impact fees, all right? There's been no assessment fees. We have no mobility fees. We have no accountability to these developers whatsoever. And now we're stuck with a problem. And until Jane takes responsibility for that fact, and we also put them in a CRA district. So now they have CRA dollars, okay, where the areas that are impacted who don't have financial means, who are affected by this growth, cannot do anything to build up their own communities. So I'm just curious, like why, like in this presentation, it's so dismal. You know, I took screenshots of all of those numbers and was sharing those. It's like, look how horrible it is. Okay, well, what if we had had impact fees and mobility fees or assessments on, you know, Bennett or the Waterside or the new project going in Hillsborough where we have to have an exit on 15th for it? Why is the city not taking a stance against this? And I'm here representing Guido, and there's a reason he has me here. And this is something that everybody is highly distressed by, is that we allow these developers to come in. They don't pay for their impact on infrastructure. They create whole new areas and they're rewarded with CRAs. As you know, Eulalie is not going to pay for years for that land. They're a CRA. How is Bennett a CRA? And then you have a donut hole in the middle. Okay, so that's, I know that you aren't in charge of all the policy. I know that it's complex, but I really feel like there's accountability to the citizens who've been paying taxes for years, who receive nothing. And according to this, I gotta wait till I'm resurrected in the second coming to get a new road. So the priority, I would ask you to go back to Jane. We can absolutely do things and we can still get people to develop here, even with a minute percentage of investment. It's not like he's losing, because if you look at an article that I just shared as well, they defer their property. Commercial property is something that you defer, and it consistently, people don't realize it's not like your house, it depreciates. So they get out of the tax loophole as well federally. It's just making money. You can go generations on that investment and never pay a penny in taxes. So I would really like to say that I firmly am disturbed. I'm firmly disturbed by this. Many people in the community are getting really enraged by it. Those of us who've invested and are building businesses that are micro businesses have received absolutely nothing, and nothing but endless fees, fines, and headaches from the city. Meanwhile, it's the red carpet to the big guys who could actually be paying for us to have a wonderful city and fix our infrastructure, even a 0.5% from that development. And we have a whole new one in Ybor going in. would fix everything. Please share that with Jane.
Yeah, and well, I have to correct you on something. We do have multimodal impact fees that are collected, and so all these developers have paid into that. It's the last time those fees were raised was the year I was born, 1986.
So when you look at, so there's like not even like, but like Alana, come on, like that's not even.
I know, I wasn't done yet. So we are now in the process.
Were you born in 1981 when we had the last time we had the tax? So it's like, it's what I'm saying to you is that Jane, we have a power as a city.
I was trying to let you know what we're doing next. So we are in the process of moving towards a mobility fee and increasing the fees. And so we have initiated a study to look at that, understand what other cities in Florida have done. We have very restrictive rules based on our state legislature that we have to follow. So we are starting that process of what we can do to increase those fees. But
I shared this article simply because USF already did that work for you. So this is a huge study done at USF that shows ways that you can directly increase or impact. But when you say a mobility fee, you're not talking about developers completely. You're talking about me in some ways. So you're talking about other people besides the big developers. I'm concerned about the development not paying for their impact, and a big issue too is Midtown. That was our main corridor through Cypress for transportation. And you know what? They didn't think about how that was impacted, but God forbid, I'm short one parking spot for a 4-chair salon. I have 15 parking spots, okay, Alana, in the city of Tampa. So we really need to, when we say mobility fees, we need to be clear, we're not talking about developers. Okay, we need to talk about impact fees in the city and developers. And I also believe that CRAs should be demolished. I believe those 2 CRAs should be removed and those funds should be pushed to the surrounding areas so that we can create systems. That's all I'm gonna say. And I know it's not your fault, but I would really like you to share that with Jane because there's a lot of us who are about to come out.
Johnny, Alana already explained that the city's doing some research on mobility fees, and the TPO is actually getting ready to kick off a study on cost revenue forecasting for 2050. So within the next few months, we should probably be bringing a status update to the CAC. So stay tuned for that. All right.
But Johnny, did you guys, did you work with USF on the Cutter, the one with Cutter?
Nikki, that's a little bit off topic, if that's all right to say.
Even though the entire thing is about mobility fees in the city of Tampa?
I think the study you're referencing is quite old now, and the laws have changed a lot in the past.
Even as a city municipality can supersede the state legislature if we choose to. So that is an option.
Looking at it. We're looking at all, trust me, we're looking at all options that we can to fund our transportation, make developers pay their fair share, and they already are paying multi-modal impact fees.
I don't think they're paying their fair share, but again, it's an election issue, so midterms.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate that report, Sarah. Keep us posted. We'll stay tuned. I'd like to move on to the next agenda item, which is the Greenways Master Plan.
Mr. Chair,
yes.
Apologies. I see Ms. Yassine had her hand raised.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Yassine?
It appears Ms. Yassine had a comment or question.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry, we're not able to hear you.
I think you're muted.
Maybe self-mute.
Sorry, we can't hear you yet.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind.
Oh, hello? Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, yeah, I think I was muted by the organizer, but so I just wanted to ask, I think, Alana, you did a great job. Thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to know, did you guys kind of examine why do you think the crash, the bike pedestrian crashes were higher the last year than ever before? Why was it double?
It was not just bike and ped, it was across all modes. So every single mode essentially doubled.
Yeah, so why do you think?
Drivers. And this is something that is being studied at the national level because it was a national trend. To me, we can make our guesses, but probably a lot of it has to do with COVID and people re-emerging from being cooped up at home and more risky, I guess. So there's a lot of research that's being done to look into it, though.
Okay, thank you.
Christine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on that, many national experts are attributing the increased fatality and serious crashes during the COVID pandemic to reduced traffic, which resulted in higher speeds of traffic. So with speed comes increased seriousness of crashes. So the less traffic we had, the lower traffic rates, the higher the speeds. And so that was one key component, if not the entire answer, a significant portion. Thank you.
Good observation. Yes, Ed?
Another quick thing, there's also been studies, there's a tendency to buy larger vehicles, a lot more F-150s driving around. And as much as we all want to promote electric vehicles are much heavier than gasoline vehicles. So if they're involved in a crash, the likelihood is
right, or fatal.
Good point. All right, I think we'll wrap that up.
I just one quick question, if I may.
Online, hold on. Someone, we have a comment.
Yeah, you've got a couple online.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just have a quick question in regard to, I'm a little blown away by the costs, like $750,000 for a light and $800,000 for a sidewalk. And I'm curious if anybody has ever thought about kind of focusing almost, I know it's like the whole cog in the wheel, like it's the bigger system, like concrete costs more money and the industry, the developers, like you were saying. But the truth is that what about taking it almost like a fundraising approach? Has anyone ever thought about trying to find like the companies that will drop their prices along with the bigger industries that will do it, so that we have so many people coming into Tampa that we need to address that, but we can't sustain it at the going rate, let's say, for a smaller town that has less people. So has any, I was just a little bit, it kind of, I don't know, when I was listening to this, this program, I found it interesting that you're talking about how there's not enough money, but we can't really ask people for more money with inflation being what it is, you know, nobody's going to sign on to that. So it's like, we have to work with the money we have. So what about trying to find a way to make what we need less expensive?
Well, you want to respond?
Sure. I mean, I can respond to that in that we are moving towards more of a quick build approach. So where we used to do a lot of large capital projects, we're now, particularly when it comes to our Vision Zero strategy and making our roads safer, identifying ways that we can make some safety changes at a lower cost using flexible or semi-permanent materials. So what we can do with paint, signage, and other treatments like that. So it's not necessarily a sidewalk, but maybe we could paint out and delineate, a walking area with flexible delineators. So that's something that we're also seeing other cities across the country doing. This is not just a problem that is unique to Tampa. It's something that every city across the country is dealing with. And a lot of cities are moving towards that approach too, of what can we do with these less expensive materials while we try to figure out this funding situation.
Mr. Chair, this is Hoyt Prindle, if I may be recognized.
Go ahead, Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to piggyback on the cost comment, Alana, and I thank you for your presentation. Can you give me a little detail on how the city derives a $750,000 cost for traffic signal installation? Because just when I do some looking around at like what the Washington State DOT projects for traffic signal costs and even FDOT's pricing sheet that I found online for mast arms, I don't see anything that gets to the $750,000 range. So I was just wondering if you could maybe explain a little bit, because that seems astronomically high in cost.
Yeah, and it's not just representing the materials, but it's also there's any right of way that needs to be taken, that there's contractors that are very specialized in doing this that we have to pay. So that's, on average what we pay. There are times where it's even greater, upwards of, $1 million for a new traffic signal.
And just who is the best person to speak with at the city regarding traffic signal installation, out of curiosity?
Yep, that's Brandon Campbell. He's the manager of our Smart Mobility Division.
Okay. All right. I appreciate the answer. Thank you. I yield the floor, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Horn. Are there other hands raised for online participants?
Yes. Chair, this is Terrence. I'd like to be recognized.
Terrence, go ahead.
For the gas tax, I'm thinking like, there's going to be less usage of gas as society switches to electric and alternative means of transportation. That can be taxed, that is. Like, obviously, we're going to be using oil for other products, but I'm just talking about the gasoline tax.
Mm-hmm.
Is there, what's the plan to, is there going to be a charging tax when people charge their electric? What's going to supplement that as we go through the shift over the next decade?
A lot of that comes down to federal policy. So there's some things that are just out of our control. It's federal policy, state policy, but at the city scale, what we're doing is we have developed a plan for transitioning away. I know this seems like a small scale thing, but a lot of people can charge their electric vehicles for free all day in our city-owned parking garages. So the city is essentially paying for their electricity. So we have a plan that is transitioning away from that, and where we would actually charge for people to be charging their electric vehicles. So that's something that we as the city can do, but there's just wholesale federal policy that also has to occur too.
All right, thanks. And the second thing, I just wanted to add another possible reason for the uptick in accidents and serious injuries, just aggressive behavior, political rhetoric, whatever, just society. There has to be personal accountability for bad driving, speed, whatever. It's aggression. There's a lot of aggression on the roads, and it leads to accidents.
Point.
Oh, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Terrence. Any other comments online? I see Nikki's hand. Is there anyone else online who's been waiting? Nikki, you're recognized.
I'd like to piggyback on two things. First and foremost, yet again, it comes back down to how is the city going to entice and make sure developers pay for the impact on traffic with impact fees, because you can still entice business with it because they're just going to pass that off to people who are renting, because these are people coming in from out of state. I know because I'm losing my house because I can't even afford the escrow anymore. The other thing I'd like to say, I think, was it just Terrence who was discussing the charging stations and charging for EV vehicles. When the city is saying, I'm paying for that, you're paying TECO for that, correct? Is that
We're
correct?
paying for the electricity that is, yeah.
Okay, so one thing that I would like to make a motion for consideration that we have a presentation, or at least some sort of data-driven presentation on how that relationship with TICO not belonging to the people and being a separate entity is impacting the cost of our ability to change or upgrade our actual infrastructure for traffic safety. Because when you say that number earlier and you talk about right-of-ways and you're talking about things that are going across, what I'm hearing is we're paying a lot of money to TICO. I'm hearing that a lot of that is what's impacting our ability, and it's not just a state issue, but it's a lack of us actually owning our public utility. So I think that would be a really interesting presentation for us to understand the relationship. The fact that the city is using my money to pay TICO for people to charge their vehicles is enraging to me. So I'm just curious. I would like to make a motion for the consideration of a presentation on the impact of TICO to upgrade our current infrastructural systems and what the cost of that is, or how it's keeping us from doing minimal things like upgrading systems.
Nikki, I hear you wanting to make a motion. I'll say that TPO's already conducting a study on electric vehicle infrastructure. And one of the big components of that is going to be land use code that allows for chargers to be sited or located in certain locations. We're also going to do a very preliminary examination of price. I don't think that we're going to get into the ownership structure of utilities. That would definitely be outside the scope of TPO work.
But would you agree that's a big part of these costs is that we don't own our public utilities? And that now we're having to pay private utilities for access?
I can't say for sure, but whatever info we uncover while conducting that study, we'll bring back to you all as a status update.
Okay, I think that would be interesting if you don't mind, Dr. Wong. I yield back, I guess.
Okay, anything further on this topic? Anyone else online here to comment? Again, Lana, thank you very much.
Thanks, Alana.
Appreciate the report. We look forward to further updates. And now we'll circle back on our agenda to the Hillsborough County Greenways Master Plan. Sarah Caper, are you going to make this presentation?
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Let me make sure I'm sharing my screen. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Good morning, Sarah Caper with Hillsborough County's Community and Infrastructure Planning Department. This morning, I'm going to be presenting on the county's Greenways Master Plan update. And I'll go through a little bit about what Greenways are, about the master plan update that we're going through, and then some of the opportunities for public input and what we've heard so far. So a little bit about greenways. There are 4 major types of greenways that are in our existing master plan that we're looking to continue with the master plan update. The first is natural corridors, and here's a picture of a natural corridor example. These are areas in the county that are set aside primarily for natural purposes, such as wildlife or for conservation lands. They are not necessarily intended for people, but rather for the value of the natural corridor itself. The second type of greenway are blueways or recreational waterways where people can paddle or use the water for non-motorized transportation. A third type of greenway, and one that we sometimes most often think of, are paved trails, trails where people might walk or bike on a paved surface. And then the fourth and final category of greenway in Hillsborough County in the master plan are unpaved trails. These are trails where people might go mountain biking. You might have equestrians using them, and it depends a lot of these trails on what's allowed, or people hiking. Here are some examples of greenways that exist throughout the country. Some of them are co-located with water pipelines. Some of them are standalone. You have different cases where some of these are used by equestrians. There are different waterways. And then you also have the signage of how to get to greenways and connect to them, which is something that we are looking at with this master plan update, the wayfinding. And we also have trailheads and things like that that we're looking into as well with this update. The master plan update began last spring. It's about a year-long effort. We are looking at the existing master plan, which was done in 1995. We think it has a lot of value, but it very much was in need of an update. So we are taking a look at that. We're looking at what's happened since. We know the TPO did a study a few years ago that focused primarily on paved trails. We're also looking at what's happened with natural corridors throughout the county, other studies or things that the city and others have done. We're also reaching out to the community to hear thoughts on the vision for the future of greenways in Hillsborough County, and then we'll be developing an action plan that goes with that. Earlier this summer, we reached out to the community to get some initial thoughts on a vision. This is a draft, and it includes what we heard from the public as well as what was in the existing either master plan or some of the other community plans that were out there. We are focused on unincorporated Hillsborough County, but we recognize the importance of communicating with the cities, of making sure we're coordinating with them. So we are going to be sharing everything as well with the cities and have been touching base with them throughout the process. And they sit on our Greenways committee, which is guiding this process. So we heard from the community this summer about some of the vision for all of these types of corridors. And then we've been working on refining that, looking at what corridors are more feasible, looking at how do we, some of the lines that we saw were very close together, how do we keep moving with that? This is a working draft. It is still being refined, and I'll share with you in just a moment how you can provide your input into the process. And we are working on updating this map currently, which is why this is still a working draft. So we have upcoming public engagement opportunities. We will be presenting that refined vision map and asking people, did we get it right? Are we missing something? And it will include all 4 types of corridors, the natural corridors, the blueways, the paved trails, and the unpaved trails. We'll also be asking some other questions that help us transition from finishing the vision plan piece of the process towards the action plan. And so on the screen, you can see 4 workshops that we'll be holding in November. The first one is virtual, and if you go to the site that's right there, publicinput.com/greenwaysmp, which I believe is also in your agenda packet, you can find out how to register for that. You can also go to the county's calendar. We'll also be posting the same types of questions that we'll be asking at the workshops to that website, and they should be up no later than November 9th. Then we have 3 in-person opportunities. The first one at Gardenville Park and Recreation Center at 6 p.m. on November 10th. That's in South County. November 15th will be at the Bloomingdale Regional Library at 6:30. And then November 16th will be at the Jimmy B. Keel Library at 6:30. We will, as I mentioned, also have the questions available online, and they'll be up for a minimum of 4 weeks. And if you go onto our site, you can see more about it. You can also, I believe, sign up to get more information. And if the sign up isn't yet online, you could always email me. My contact information is here as well. And I can always tell you more about where we are and what's coming next and include you on our email list. With that, I want to thank you for letting me speak today and see if you have any questions or comments.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate the presentation. Are there questions from committee members in the room? Are there questions from committee members online? I may need a little help because I can't see everyone who's online.
I am not seeing any at this moment.
All right. Well, Sarah, thank you very much. We look forward to further updates soon.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I have one.
I'm sorry, Christina.
My apologies. My question came up
We'll give you a break.
quickly. Sarah, great presentation. It's exciting to see these things in development. Can you just reiterate for me and everyone, what's the relationship of, since the city of Tampa is within Hillsborough County, I sometimes get confused about whether or not the city of Tampa is included or excluded in, say, this project specifically.
Sure. So for this project specifically, we are focused on unincorporated Hillsborough County, but we are really working closely with all of the cities in Hillsborough County because we don't want, for example, a greenway to go half a mile down the road from something that a city has planned. We want to make sure that we're having connections wherever possible. So we are working together to make sure that we're coordinating on those efforts. We're also getting feedback on the cities, and you can see a lot of people aren't familiar with where boundaries start and end, and sometimes they change with annexations and other things that happen. So we are going to be sharing everything we hear with the cities and also with FDOT. So as they do their planning, they can hear what we've heard and that the public comments are going to be incorporated wherever it makes sense to do so.
Super. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, is there a comment online? No? All right, we'll conclude that portion of the agenda. Thank you again, Sarah.
Thank you.
County Bike Network evaluation is our next item. Good morning.
Mr. Chair, CAC members. Wade Reynolds, Hillsborough TPO, here to talk about the Hillsborough County Bicycle Network evaluation. We started this project back in March, and the first step was to come up with a methodology about how to rank our existing bicycle network.
I think they can see it online.
Oh, excuse me. Is everybody able to see that now?
Yeah.
Yes. Great.
Super. Thanks, Wade.
There we go. So the first thing we needed to do was come up with a way to evaluate the existing bicycle facilities on the overall road network. We came up with 3 scoring systems, the first of which is risk score. That includes the crash history, the posted speed limits on the roadway, the average annual daily traffic, the volume, which is the volume of vehicles, the total number of lanes, and the presence or lack of lighting on the corridor. The exposure score for bicyclists is the proximity to activity generators, the residential density along that roadway segment, the proximity to bus stops along that roadway segment, and the equity and social justice score, meaning it is within or directly adjacent to an underserved community. So it's the census block group that's adjacent to that roadway segment. And the network score. So whether there is an existing bicycle facility along that segment, whether there's an existing sidewalk adjacent to that roadway, and the connectivity to segment's distance from an existing or planned bicycle facility, and the context classification, the county's context classification along that segment. So with all 3 of those, we came up with a segment prioritization score. This combines the risk, exposure, and network scores, and includes scores for all roadway segments, including city and county roads, and then we filtered down for the county jurisdiction. Then we took 4 representative segments from the very high category, chosen with different geographical types, so suburban, rural, commercial, or residential typologies, and roadway types, so 2, 4, 6 lane roadways, and varied existing or non-existing bicycle and pedestrian facilities. And we skipped facilities, so if we just started with, let's just say, the top 4 to study, well, most of those 4 already had design work or some other design having already been accomplished on that. So we skipped anything that had been through a corridor study. Then the high priority corridor opportunities were selected. Waters Avenue from Sheldon Road to the Veterans Expressway, Causeway Boulevard / Lumsden from Falkenberg to Brandon Parkway, East Shell Point Road from US 41 to 24th Street in Ruskin, and Balm Riverview from Boyette to McMullen. I should mention that each of these are a DE or F level of service on the bicycle level of service. Waters is D and E, Causeway is E, Shell Point is F, and Balm Riverview is E. So looking at Waters, the existing conditions, starting at Sheldon, which is the top left there, just to the west of that is the Upper Tampa Bay Trail entrance at Waters Road. There's a great trailhead there. So it is shared lane markings from Sheldon Road to Pinehurst Drive, and then it is existing bicycle lanes, just standard bike lanes with a 6-inch white line separating. The speed limit on the west end of that is 35 miles an hour. Where the bike lanes start, it goes up to 45 miles an hour, and it is a 6-lane facility through there. There are existing sidewalks through the whole corridor, and there are 2 bus routes along this corridor. So we looked at some of the existing issues on this. The bike lanes are substandard, no markings through the intersection. Green pavement markings have been installed on the eastern end of this near the Veterans Expressway recently. And then just the numerous commercial driveways, the high speed. There is a senior zone noted, and there are, as I said, 2 bus routes and a transfer station at Sheldon and Waters. So looking at some of the improvements we might do, the county has differentiated type of improvements into Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. And I have another slide about everything that's included in those in a moment. But in this case, looking at what those might look like. So for the Tier number 1 in the bottom left here, intersection treatments, we've shown the bike boxes, signage, intersection improvements, specifically aimed at bicycles. In the lower middle here, noted as 2 on the map, mid-block crossing treatments in several locations at Northbridge, Pinehurst, and 2 other locations. And then corridor treatments throughout, potentially having separated bike lanes with a vertical separator in those, whether that's a delineator post or something more substantial. And additionally, treatments at those transit stops and mid-block crossing locations. This is just a little more of that moving down the corridor. Again, mid-block crossing locations, treatments at the intersections, and corridor treatments throughout to improve those bicycle facilities. Moving on to Causeway, the existing conditions here, starting at Falkenberg Road on the west and moving east towards Brandon Parkway. There is a trail on the very east end at Brandon Parkway Trail, I believe managed by Thea. In this area, there are no sidewalks going underneath the interstate there at I-75. We do not have bike lanes except for locations coming into Providence Road. We do, however, have transit stops throughout this. So potential improvements in this case, the Tier 1 improvements, which are the lowest cost improvements. Wayfinding signs, repair sidewalks, and providing crosswalks and high visibility pedestrian crossings at all intersections. Tier 2, new mid-block crossings, sidewalks, transit stop landing pads, a shared use path on the I-75 overpass separated with Jersey barriers is proposed. Sidewalk connection to bus stops and other locations, and median plantings throughout this location, as well as moving a couple of bus stops on the departure side to the departure side of intersections. Tier 3, reconstructing sidewalks to consistently provide a shared use path on both sides of Causeway and Lumsden, and it would require some of the channelized islands at major intersections. And as well as lighting at all crossings and pedestrian level lighting along the proposed shared use path. There are also some other projects looking at Falkenberg, Providence, and Thornton, and Providence Lakes Boulevard, and identifying additional speed management throughout this corridor. So just looking at the map throughout this, there is another slide for the rest of the corridor. That beige line is a proposed shared use path on both sides, intersection treatments throughout, and then in some of those pictures you can see the proposed Jersey barrier separation on the overpass, as well as some of the mid-block crossing treatments. Again, just the rest of that map there. On the bottom here, you can see that beige line as a proposed or potential shared use path, as well as some of those other treatments I was talking about, bus stop treatments and intersection treatments. Moving on to East Shell Point Road, the existing conditions. There are sidewalks on at least one side through almost the entire corridor, but it switches sides throughout, and then at the east near 24th Street, there are sidewalks on both sides. Some of the potential proposals here are to include a shared use path on the north side of this corridor. There is an existing portion of a shared use path, and on the east end of the corridor, it does connect to the South Coast Greenway, which is part of the Gulf Coast Trail. Filling in the gaps on the other side of the sidewalk, other side of the roadway on the sidewalk. Mid-block crossing treatments and corridor treatments that have been discussed on the previous segments, and additional signage and wayfinding. The second half of that, carrying those treatments through, again on the north side of the roadway. Leonard High School and HCC South Side, by the way, are where the South Coast Greenway comes in. But we have mid-block crossing treatments shown here at 15th Street, 21st Street, as well as the corridor treatments throughout, including that shared use path and sidewalk gap being filled in. Moving on to Balm Riverview, this is an interesting typology. It does street typology. It does have sidewalks throughout, but does not have any existing bicycle facilities. There are bicycle facilities at Sims Road, Boyot Road, and McMullen Road as you reach those, as well as Riverview High School along this corridor, and a child care facility, or called Kids Community College Southeast. Some of these potential improvements include, again, pedestrian crossing markings at all intersections, extending the school zone from Riverview High School and the Kids College, realigning the Tucker Road intersection to meet Balm Riverview Road at a 90-degree approach as they come in on an angle that decreases your visibility. For Tier 2, newer enhanced mid-block crossings with rapid flashing beacons and refuge islands in the middle of the roadway. Bicycle improvements at Boyet and McMullen. Connections to bike lanes on Boyet Road, McMullen Road, and Sims Road, and additional landscaping, plantings near the proposed shared use path and sidewalk for traffic calming and for shade. And Tier 3 is converting the sidewalks to a shared use path on the east side adjacent to schools. I should mention that north is to the left here. These are laid on their side, so the east side would be the side where Balm Riverview is. And lighting at all intersections and crossings. There are some adjacent and supplemental projects proposed for this one. Boyet, McMullen, and Sims, converting the bike lanes to buffered and protected bike lanes, and identifying additional speed management and traffic calming treatments throughout the corridor to facilitate the desired target speed of 35 miles per hour. And again, this would be the shared use path along Balm Riverview Road. You can see that dotted beige line. Mid-block crossing locations at the school, and 2 locations there at Shady Lane and across from the entrance to Riverview High School. moving down additional crossings at Irish Moss Avenue and Sims Road, and then those corridor treatments throughout. So the next steps, we are planning to evaluate the potential improvements, most of which have been proposed here. County staff is evaluating those as well for final recommendations. We are planning to bring this back to you in December for action. So I would be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. Questions from committee members? Suspect there may be a few. Yes, Christina?
Yes, thank you. This is a wonderful study. A couple of those areas are areas that I bike in regularly. So I would really appreciate this. It's great. I'm hoping that the next steps reach fruition and these improvements are made. I have another question though that relates to this in a way. When a new road is put through in the county, is anyone looking at the bike connections at that point? Because we did have a situation in my area where a new road was put in, beautiful road, considered all the bike lanes, fabulous for biking. It connects to the 301, it's the SAOMR, connects to the 301 path. It's lovely to bike that road. But it connects now to another road. It's extremely unsafe for biking. That it's a 2-lane road, pretty high traffic, no shoulder, no sidewalk, no bike lanes. So I'm just hoping that at some point the county can have a procedure in place. So when a new road is put in or the new bike lanes are put in, new bike improvements, that you look at what it's connecting to.
I think that's a very fair point. Usually when funds are assigned, it is just for a corridor, and there is some intersection, at intersections, maybe a couple hundred feet adjacent, but typically it's just in those corridors. One of the goals of this study is really to try and look at it as a network, and we've used many other methods in the past, but I think trying to look holistically at how that network works is really important. And I certainly recognize that what you're saying is true, and the network aspect of that is much harder than just the corridor.
Thank you, Christina. Christina Costa?
Hey Wade, this is really exciting, and I was watching Christina because I know that's an area she knows really, really well, and so to see her smile, that was good. I'm wondering, it looks like you've got a lot in the toolkit here. I wonder if you feel like we have enough in the area of changing the geometry and where we can to reduce the speeds, because we can paint whatever we want on the ground, but as humans, when we drive, our periphery is really reduced the faster we go. So if we're going to go 40 miles an hour, I'm just really not going to see anything. So it's kind of not anybody's fault. It's just the restriction of our vision as humans. So do you think there's anything? Do we have enough in here that actually will be ways to ensure that traffic is reduced, not just posting a new speed limit or paint? Is there more that we could get?
The main things that we are able to do through engineering solutions are, number one, lane narrowing to give people that signal. And we will have to do that in a couple of, certainly in, I'm just thinking Waters.
Yeah.
That without lane narrowing, you cannot get the extra 1.5 feet that you need for a buffer bike lane within some raised stuff in the middle of that. So lane narrowing is one of those. We've noted landscaping, Bone River View, for example, between the roadway and a proposed shared use path. That is to provide that vertical feeling of landscaping, which is also another cue for drivers to slow down. Ultimately, there isn't enough enforcement in the world to slow everybody down. Automated enforcement, of course, is something that we all think would be helpful, but we're not quite there yet at the state level for that program. So I think we have looked at what you're saying, those geometric changes to the roadway to try and slow people down as best we can. But I recognize that that's a bigger problem.
Okay. May I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chair. Wade, is there any, you may have said it and I apologize if I missed it, but is there any intent to feed transit? Do we have heart at the table to see if other communities have achieved affordable transportation by creating pedal park and ride opportunities? So is there any of that thinking in this part of the network development?
We didn't focus on that in this study. We have proposed some improvements at the transit stop locations, lighting mid-block crossings, relocating a couple of those transit stops to the downstream side of intersections. But no, not specifically focusing on transit this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Other comments from the committee? Other committee members online that want to comment? Gail, does anybody have their hand raised?
Mr. Chair, this is Terrence.
Terrence, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have a few points and questions. Johnny, thank you for this presentation. I appreciate it. Would you mind going to the Bomb Riverview slide?
Yes.
All right, just one question in general is in how presentations are created. I was just wondering about like how are the projects ordered? How is that decided? Is it just random or is it purposeful, some at the top rather than at the bottom?
You mean how is one selected for study?
No, just in the presentation, just actually this presentation. How is it decided which order the projects were going to be included in the presentation?
You mean just the order of the 4 projects within
Correct.
The presentation?
Right. So the point of the question is, you know, some people tend to pay more attention or think there's a higher priority for what appears first. So I'm just wondering about overall procedurally how it's created.
It was not an intentional order, and in fact, this was the order that it just came in from the consultant, and I maintained their order. But I could reverse it for action if that's meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, as far as my kind of constituency in this area goes, you know, I'd like this one to be kind of toward the top. You know, it doesn't really matter. I was just kind of wondering about that. Now, the next part is, I'm sorry.
Mr. Trott, I was suggesting maybe just alphabetical or some way that infers there's no prioritization. Each project has equal value and effort. You know, I think that's what you're.
Yeah. I would have no problem with that. I was just wondering.
There are slight differences in the score. All of these projects were in the very high category, but I could also organize them in terms of which ones scored the very highest. And that would certainly be one method.
Yeah, if there's a priority based on one of the community's, you know, interests or priority interests, then yes, that would be a good idea. Also, we talk about, there was a presentation earlier about like how we have disrepair throughout the community. Can it be included what will be improved? Like, you know, hey, there was 10 miles of, or, you know, however long this stretch is we're looking at, for example. This was considered disrepair maybe or something like that. So we show in the presentation that there was this amount of improvement to the disrepair. Can we include that in the presentation? Does that make sense?
We could, but I should also point out that this is a high-level planning study, and there is certainly no funding for implementation at this time. It is not in the TIP and would have to be prioritized for future funding.
All right, understood. And actually, my last point for this slide was that, let me see, was actually another slide you had where it had the supplemental projects. It might have been the next one. Correct. I had asked before about the roundabout that's supposed to be coming to Sims and Balm Riverview. If that's not happening, that's sad to know, and I'd like to know what's going on with that. But if it is happening, it should definitely be included, and I'd like the priority of it to be improved also.
Yes.
With the potential for bike, bike lane and pedestrian improvements.
Thank you for pointing that out, and I will make sure, I'll check on the status of that and make sure that, assuming it is still proposed, that it is included in this report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Terrence. Gail, any other online participants have questions?
No, sir.
All right, thank you. Any other questions in the room? Wayne, thank you for the presentation. It's very informative, a lot of good information there. I have one thought. We heard a presentation earlier in the committee meeting about school safety. If we're planning a countywide network of bike connections, would there be any possibility with coordinating with the school district, prioritizing bike networks close to schools and working your way out? Christine, you may have to help me here, but if we reduce the number of buses and we've increased the congestion around our schools, it would seem to me that one of the areas where bike transportation might improve safety and help fill in the gaps in the network. So I just offer that as a suggestion.
It's a great suggestion. School proximity is one of the exposure scores that we use in this, although we have several other scores. I would just point out that not all of our high crash areas are located near schools, and there are several other things driving safety other than just schools, although I also agree that's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine, yes.
If Wayne, I've mentioned this before, but I just want to have it on the record that I hope that there will be, as this advances, the built-in plan to add non-motorized counting devices on these facilities, because when we count how many people are out there, it just would blow your mind. You just have, they're virtually invisible to those of us speeding by. That's normal, but they're there. And so as we improve these, it would be great to know what the user population consists of.
And I didn't mention it, Christine, but on the Causeway Boulevard one, we do have noted as a tier 2 improvement, install bicycle counter on Brandon Parkway Trail. So where appropriate, where it connects to the trails, we are considering that.
Wonderful. Good job.
Thank you, Wade, for coming. Patiently waiting for the presentation.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, this is Terrence again. I had just one more question, or actually like an ask of Dr. Wong.
Go ahead.
I just heard several mention of it, and it makes sense to me that we focus on the bike lane connection. I mean, if you're riding on you're going somewhere on your bike and you come to a place where you're going to get knocked off your bike, it's not a pleasant experience, and you're going to be less likely to bike in general. So we have the trails program, I think the Greenway Trails program, which connects a part of it is to connect all the trails together so you can get to start to finish. Can we do something like that with the bike lanes, or maybe add it to the trails program since they already have operational infrastructure in place? Is that worth looking into?
We are looking at the connections to trails as part of this study, and consider the trails a part of the overall bicycle network. I don't know if that answers your question, but the network connectivity is one of the most important portions of this study.
You said, I'm sorry, I might not have heard, did you say that the trails program includes the bike lanes,
No, but this bicycle network does include the trails, and we consider trails to be part of the bicycle network.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Terry. Thank you, Wade. Yeah, appreciate the information. All right, committee members, the next item is our Fowler Avenue PD&E study. Johnny Wong, I think, is going to lead this discussion.
I just minimized it for the like Nikki had her hand up.
She has her hand raised.
Nikki, I see a hand. I think it is yours. You're recognized. Go ahead.
I just wanted to second that I could not agree more with what was just stated about combining these projects for not just the effectiveness of cost savings, but accessibility. And I would like to know if there's even a true commitment to combining these, because it feels like a lot of times when we say these things, it's like, oh, we're looking into it, we're looking into it. Because we're talking about kids getting to school, we're talking about basically recreation, and we're talking about transportation as a mode of an actual transportation mode on bicycles or pedestrians. We have put a lot of money into the green trail, and I'm not understanding why we're not rolling these together and basically killing two birds with one stone. So is there an actual commitment to combine? Why don't we combine these?
I'll take a stab at that.
It's such a great question.
No, there definitely is a commitment to finding funds to complete these projects. The challenge is, as the TPO, we're mostly dealing with federal and state dollars, which come with a host of requirements and restrictions. A lot of times when we're funding a project, we have to fund it piecemeal. So we'll look for a number of grants that can be used for certain things. Not every project can be funded with the same pot of money, so.
I understand that, but I mean, really all we have is paint. So,
Carol, will you turn the microphone off and let Johnny finish?
Okay, I'm just saying though, at this point though, why can we not, if we're talking about paint, which is basically all we have left at this point, why we can't on each span make that pedestrian, bicycle, and have offshoots? I don't understand why that's not something that's being looked into. And really combining these three together, or prioritizing the segments that are closest to schools or commuter versus recreational parks areas. So I just feel like what Terrence brought to the table is really important. And I really hope that it can be reconsidered, because that funding is there. Why not combine, like I said, multiple things, get a couple things done at once and prioritize based on need. That's all.
Appreciate that,
Right,
Nikki.
John, go
We're
ahead.
working with you, and every year you all have the opportunity to give us feedback on the TIP priorities. We've changed the methodology several times to try to move projects forward quicker, to make an impact sooner than later, but it is a challenge. That's all I can say for now, Nikki. I'm happy to sit down with you and have a one-on-one conversation at another time, but
Would you be willing to sit down and kind of see how those could overlay? Because when you're looking at the TIP, it's hard to see where the connectors are sometimes, or areas of opportunity where those projects could be combined so that we could service some of these holes that we talked about in the first presentation could be serviced quicker than, let's say, something that's out just that people go to for recreation. So I don't know if that's something you'd be willing to sit down and talk about.
I'm always willing to sit down and talk with you one-on-one, Nikki. Let me get in touch with you after this meeting, if that's all right.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. All right, thank you, Johnny Wong, TPO staff. I'm here to present you all with an overview of a very preliminary PD&E study, which is being conducted by FDOT on Fowler Ave from North Florida Ave out to 56th Street in Temple Terrace. I'm going to go first and present an overview of the PD&E, and I'm going to turn it over to some of my colleagues from the Planning Commission that are coordinating with DOT and HART on a similar, not a similar study, a supporting study. All right, so DOT is just now kicking off the Fowler PD&E study. The goal of a PD&E is to evaluate the social, economic, and environmental effects of a proposed transportation improvement on a corridor. What the PD&E study will result in is a series of build alternatives with a no build alternative retained. So there will always be the option to do nothing if the community or the engineers identify a fatal flaw with any of the alternatives that are being proposed. The reason why DOT is conducting this study is because Fowler has for a long time been one of our high crash corridors. This study was actually prioritizing last year's tip, going from 275 all the way out to I-75. So this PD&E is looking at a portion of that corridor for the purposes of identifying multimodal safety improvements, ways that we can ease congestion, and then improving connectivity for transit, which is going to be a really critical piece of this study when it's completed. As I mentioned, there's a lot of coordination going on, not only DOT and Planning Commission, but HART staff as well. There are 3 related studies that will feed into each other. First is this PD&E, but also HART conducting an arterial BRT alignment study. I believe that that's wrapped up already. If not, it will be in the near future. And the Planning Commission is kind of orchestrating the coordination. They're doing a Fowler Ave vision plan, which we'll hear more about in a minute. There are also some major site redevelopments going on that need to be taken into consideration, namely University Mall, Mosey right across the street from the school, and then USF's football stadium. As I mentioned, this project was identified in the tip for design, seeking $2 million. That was last year. We agree with DOT that this is a problematic corridor from a safety perspective. Looking at a 5-year sample of some crash data, on this slide showing all crashes, we pulled that there were 3,320 total, 53 of them severe, 9 fatalities, 46 injuries. Most of them were focused around intersections. This could point to a number of things that need to be evaluated for improvement. Geometry, line of sight, turns could be an issue. So DOT will be looking at that as the PD&E moves forward. Looking a little bit more specifically at non-vehicular crashes, we pulled some bike and peg crash data. There were 120 along the entire length of the corridor involving a cyclist or pedestrian. 9 resulted in fatalities, 17 serious injuries. That represents about half of all severe crashes on this corridor. And the lion's share were located between Nebraska and Bruce B. Downs, which, no surprise, is where much of the commercial development is located. On this slide, I'm showing a picture of the existing typical section on the segment of Fowler from Nebraska to Bruce B. Downs. This section has 185 feet of right-of-way, 28-foot wide median. Both sides of the road are the same. 3 11-foot through lanes. The outer lane is 12 feet wide. There's a 7-foot bike lane, 19-foot easement, and a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides. Moving east from Bruce B. Downs to 56th Street, 230 feet of right-of-way with a 28-foot median still, 3 11-foot travel lanes on each side, 7-foot bike lane, 63 feet of easement, and a 5-foot sidewalk on the north side of the road, and on the south side of the road, 44-foot easement with a 5-foot sidewalk. Before I get too deep into the weeds, I'll note that all of these sketches are very preliminary. As the PD&E evolves, they will be refined and then brought back to you. Much of the design change will be as a result of engineering analysis or public feedback. So the first alternative that's being presented to you today is the back lanes, business access and transit lanes. These would be designated lanes on the outside of the corridor. Transit vehicles can use those lanes to move through the corridor. General purpose lanes can only access it if they're making a turn. They can't use it as a through lane anymore. And this alternative will require no changes to the right of way. So it will remain 185 feet wide, still 28-foot median, 3 11-foot travel lanes. That outside 12-foot through lane will be converted to a bus only lane. And then the bike lane will be converted to curb and gutter, and a 12-foot side path will be constructed. Second alternative is to have transit running along frontage roads. So you can get a sense of how this works. The right-of-way will be repurposed. The outside lane and much of that easement will be converted. The outside lane will serve buses that will be 12 foot wide. There will be 10 feet reserved for boardings and alignments.
11-foot wide frontage road, curb and gutter, and then an 8-foot path to the very outside. The third concept, or the third alternative, is to have transit running down the center of the corridor in the median. These stops or stations are going to be located near intersections. You can see that 20 feet of the right-of-way on each side will be reserved for that purpose. The lanes nearest the inside median will be reserved for turns. U-turns can be made there for vehicles. There will be 2 additional 11-foot travel lanes, and the 12-foot outside travel lane will remain. Just once again, those are very preliminary. DOT is going to be considering a range of safety strategies to drive down the number of crashes on this corridor. They're looking at speed reduction strategies. They're going to be looking at innovative intersections further to the east. Bruce Downs to 56th Street is where these intersection redesigns will probably be most feasible. I'm not going to cover these. They're actually kind of complicated. DOT, if they return with a status update, I'll have them explain the innovative intersection design to you. So this study is just now kicking off. This presentation is actually part of the kickoff. And then I believe a newsletter went out last week informing the public to participate in these workshops and surveys and provide some feedback on the designs that they like the best. Study schedule is set to wrap up around third quarter of 2023 if necessary. So throughout now and next year, there's going to be a lot of workshops. They'll be collecting all that public feedback, feeding that to the engineers so that they can adjust their designs, collecting data on crashes, and evaluating changes to the intersection to drive down those turn lane crashes and improve line of sight, etc. The alternatives are going to be developed depending upon which alternative is preferred by the public and if it's feasible from an engineering perspective. The study could wrap up as early as third quarter of 2023 because the PD&E would potentially only require an expedited BEPA approval if no infrastructure changes are necessary, as in like the back lane concept. That wouldn't require anything more than an expedited approval. If alternatives 2 or 3 are preferred, then this study would be wrapped up first quarter of 2024. The DOT project manager is Amber Russo. I have her contact info in the slides, and I'm sharing it with you all now. And for an update on the Planning Commission vision plan, I'm going to turn it over to Alvaro.
Good morning, welcome.
Morning, thank you. My name is Alvaro. I'm Planning Commission staff. I'm here with Jay Collins, and we're the project managers for the Fowler Avenue Vision Study. So you're hearing about this study today because it's concurrently happening with HART's BRT and the study that Johnny just gave an overview about the PD&E from FDOT. So we're all really trying to stay abreast of what our individual studies are doing, and we are meeting regularly and chatting about how we can best approach the public and gather that public input and use it productively. So just some background, Fowler Avenue, and again, this is, I guess, maybe a background that's less transportation and like alternative visual oriented, but you know, Fowler Ave obviously has a lot of businesses. USF is on it. It's being studied for these transportation improvements. It's obviously like a focal point of the Tampa area. So on top of that, there's a lot of unique land use challenges along this corridor. The boundaries of the city and the county meet at this corridor. So if you're a business, a developer, or just a citizen, it can be a little convoluted navigating those things. So the Fowler Avenue Vision Study is looking to create a cohesive vision for this corridor, incorporating what FDOT is exploring, what HART is exploring, and our own land use analysis. So we're anticipating it to take around 18 months, and throughout those 18 months, there's going to be 3 major phases that we're referring to as the community values phase, the corridor vision phase, and the redevelopment plan phase. So as I mentioned, we're looking to develop a cohesive vision plan for the corridor, and an impact of that being enabling equitable redevelopment of this area. And we hope to continue coordinating with our transportation partners to make sure that we're connecting the dots between what's being studied and the land use that we are examining here. And in a perfect world, we're going to develop clear and consistent strategies that make sure that this all gets implemented. But this is the study area. So as you can see, it's a little more encompassing of the university area than just the Fowler, the right-of-ways around Fowler. But you can see that we're including residential areas north and south of Fowler, to the just off of I-275, and we're extending east along White Way Drive, and we're just above Busch Gardens there. So some overview of demographics from our boundary of the study area. You can see that approximately 1% of the county's population is within this study area. The average household size is around 2, almost 2.5. There's a quarter of households in this area that do not own a vehicle, and about 1.5% of the total employed county, working population is within this study area as well. And just to explain the household situation in this area, the median income is 64% lower than the MSA's median income. So between these insights, you can kind of paint a picture of the redevelopment opportunities we're looking to create and examine with this study. These are 3 major public engagement tools we hope to be deploying during this phase. So this study kicked off with the, I would say, the internal project management team mid-October. So that included staff from the city, from Hillsborough County, and our partners at HART and FDOT. And now we are about to kick off our public engagement portion of our timeline. So we're really going to be relying on community workshops, mobile engagement lab, and vision toolkits. So vision toolkits are kind of like literature materials that will be passed out to ambassadors within the community that will be being trained by the USF community, the Florida Center for Community Design and Research at USF. In addition to those more active activities for the public, we will be sending out notices within a 250-foot buffer of our study area to all the addresses within that geography, and we're also going to be distributing signs to support the awareness that this area is being studied. My contact information is on these signs. Our project page is there, and a QR code that'll take you to the same project page, which will be updated with meeting dates, presentations, information, and links to FDOT and HART's information as well. And we're really hoping to create that synergy via the communications. Our project pages will all link to each other and refer to the materials for the public. As I mentioned, we kicked off in October, but our public engagement is really starting this month, November. So you can see our first community workshop is tentatively scheduled for December, but we've already got our projects page up. We have attended an event at the University Mall, the Innovation District, just a general awareness event to distribute materials. And then you can see those engagement strategies really kicking off later on, the online survey, the mobile events, the focus groups, so on and so forth. So again, we really hope to create a study that is coordinated with HART and FDOT throughout the process, an outcome of the study being something that implements and takes into account those transportation analyses, but really tangibly, we're going to be producing a comprehensive vision plan for Fowler Avenue. So that will include policy, comp plan policy, and strategies for implementing the policies that the consultant will be recommending. So right now, like I said, the heavy lift is on the community engagement and education. This is just a screenshot of our project page. I highly encourage you all to visit it. It's very similar to other project pages you might have seen from the TPO or the Planning Commission, but you know, the standard, please sign up for email updates, and we'll have all of our presentation materials, all of the updates from the consultant drafts, and the study will be here. Right now, we're running a survey on this this project page. So if you visit this link or scan a QR code or just search Fowler Avenue Vision Study on our website, you know, it'd be great if you could share and or take the survey yourselves about the area. So we received a public engagement plan from our consultants last week. We are planning on finalizing that strategy within the next week with our project management team, including the county and city staffs. And our first community open house is scheduled for December 13th, and January, from December to January, the mobile events and the community ambassador training will be happening. So again, my name is Alvaro. I'm here with Jay Collins. We're available for any questions. I'd also like to extend, we're also available to visit organizations, neighborhood meetings to give an overview of this presentation, and certainly when we have more information and analyses to share, that availability is standing. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alvaro. Questions from the committee? This is a major, even though long-term project. Mr. Glover.
Really briefly, thank you for the presentation. I was struck by the slide that had household incomes.
Yeah.
And in particular, I think the study area was around $29,000 or so. Just curious. Obviously, I think you also said 25% of the people in that area don't have a vehicle.
Yeah.
And so they're working or going to school in the immediate vicinity. So it tells me either we have a mixed problem of opportunities for income, or is the explanation that students make up a huge number of the residents in that area, and therefore they probably don't have an income, which is driving that number down? Just want to get some clarity.
Statistically, I would say both of your points are probably painting these numbers. And then also, like, just from a land use, if you look at the study area, there's a big percentage of the study area that is compromised in the industrial and commercial space. So that also kind of creates like an effect where the households that are reporting income, if you are a student, you are having a big effect on the total report out income number. But yeah, I would say that both your observations are correct. That is the challenge here. Is this area has student housing? There's a lot of rental housing here, so that's why we're really trying to integrate ourselves into the community with that community ambassador program to reach out to residents, not just students or people who work in the area.
Yeah, and Jay Collins, Planning Commission staff, and to that point, one of the things that we can do with that is we can actually take out the age cohort 18 to 34. So there's not going to be a lot of 45-year-old students. There'll be some, but that's not going to be the major thing that you have going to the University of South Florida. And that'll give us a true look of who actually lives there.
Yeah, at least be able to get control for it and kind of see it.
Can it be recognized, please?
Who's that online?
This is A. Yasin.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I also, speaking of the study area, I just want to look at the study area. I don't think it's all students, because it does include an equity area that is north of Fowler between Brisby Downs and Nebraska or I-75. So is this area what generally called this or the briefcase city? suitcase city. So is that also the case? So it's not only the students, but it is a known low income equity area that needs to be addressed and have their voice heard as well.
Yeah, yes, I agree. I was simply, I guess, recognizing that students may have been in the statistical soup that we're presenting, but certainly that's why we can filter, and our public engagement strategies, again, are really trying to integrate into the residents of the area and address the student population appropriately.
Nicholas, were you finished?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, you like.
I was curious, is there anything the planning commission can do to deal with the horrendous proliferation of gross signage that exists out there? I mean, one of the things that makes that corridor so aesthetically displeasing is there's such a mix of signs, and I suppose that it's tough to do things that are grandfathered in, but geez, if there was some way to reduce all the neon driving down that road, it sure would improve it.
Sure, so the city of Tampa actually would have a sign ordinance. They do. I believe DOT, which has the roadway, also has an ordinance with some of its own signs about where you can be because of visibility triangles and everything else. Long story short, if that community talks about the beautification of the corridor, one of those assets might be to remove some of that signage or lower that signage and move it. And that would be something that would then be a goal and a strategy for that community that would then be implemented in a second phase when we actually do some zoning in that area to change a sign code to actually allow it for monument. You guys know what monument signs are, something that's actually, instead of it being 20 feet up in the air, it's 10 feet off the ground, but connected to the ground. That kind of deal, if that's what you're getting towards.
Good question. Yes, Christina?
Yes, I noticed you had shown some of the partners you're working with in that area. Have you involved the university area CDC? They can certainly help you with getting a lot of community involvement.
Sarah Combs?
Yes.
Yeah, I think, are they on TAC?
Yeah, so.
Sorry, Jay.
Yeah, again, Jay Constant Planning Commission. So we have a project management team, and that's members of this building as well as the city of Tampa. And then we also have a technical advisory committee that also includes folks from FDOT and HART. And then we branch out a little bit further to include some of those large nonprofit or community groups such as the University Area CDC that are there, talking with the University of South Florida. So we want to make sure that we check all the boxes and talk to all of the stakeholders who are operating in this area one way or the other. So it's a good point and one that we're definitely exploring.
Thank you. Yes, Christine?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for a great presentation and also for prefacing the complexity of this particular space because it does border both city and county. Relative to the land use there are lots of businesses, but they're set very far back from the roads to accommodate the vehicular parking requirements or desires for that area. Can you tell us anything about the land use changes, or is there anything that will make this feel less like a highway with the land use buildings that would be planned or encouraged to be right up on, on the road, more walkable, lower scale, anything like that going on? And then I have another question when you're done.
Sure. I would say the way that trickles down from the community to a comp plan policy is similar to the signage question. We're going to the community, we're gathering stakeholders, and we're asking them what their vision is for Fowler. That is a prevalent bit of feedback that we get. Our consultants and the project management team are going to sit down and figure out how to implement that, how to make policy that creates that vision. So right now, I would say that we're at at this brainstorm phase, and we're really trying to get the right people in the room to brainstorm with us. But yes, hopefully something like that will be prevalent, and then we can react to it. And it's a really great timing that we get to react to it when FDOT is looking at this, when HART's looking at it. So that's the goal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. And early in the presentation, you had sort of a very high level view of the project area. And I wondered if you could help me understand, where is the bypass canal, and is there connectivity with trail access to this project, or do we have a gap, I think?
Yeah,
but not a big one.
so this particular study goes to 52nd Street, which is the boundary with Temple Terrace.
Yeah.
FDOT study, I believe, goes to 56th Street, a little bit further, but I do not believe either of us actually would go out towards the bypass canal. I think it's a valid point to have conversations about how we make those connections. And I'm sure it's one that this group and other groups, the TPO subcommittees, will be making as we move through this study, and we actually go into some of that phase of constructing the bypass canal.
Okay, thank you. I want to add that I believe that gap has been studied by the Center for Urban Transportation Research. And so there might be something we could dust off and put some fresh eyes on.
All right, thank you, Christine. We have some comments online. Gail, can you tell me who is their hand up?
Yes, this is Aya Yassin, and I was just wondering can we please request more frequent updates for this project? I think it's a large project. We want to know what happens on that project. We also would like to see, like, for example, I would like to see the public involvement plan and who's going to be involved and what the consultants or public involvement consultants are planning to do and how they're going to do the outreach. This is an area that is rich with stakeholders and public, private, local, minority, students. So it's a very big corridor. It's a really important corridor in our area. And so I would just like to maybe see what the next steps are and see how if we can see their public involvement plan and how they're planning to reach out to the people in the area and make decisions with the alternatives.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yeah, Jay, go ahead.
Yeah, so she brings up a great point. One of the things that we would like to stress to this group, this is the first presentation that we've provided to a TPO subcommittee. We're going to be here all November to do this. I think even some of the December ones. Each time that we have these presentations, they might actually grow just a bit with a little bit more information if we get it from the consultants and our partners. One of the things that will happen as that presentation deck expands, it's going to be available on the project website that Alvaro showed you. Also, when we do get that idea of, yes, tentatively, we think that we have a December 13th meeting, but like anything that you've ever done before, you call before you haul, right? So you need to make sure that you talk to us or you go onto the website and you go, where is that December 13th? I don't see anything for December 13th. I see something for January the 26th. Maybe it changed like that. But all of our public engagement will be available for those to see online. And then we can certainly come back and provide updates on what has happened as we go through this process in the coming months into 2023.
Thank you, Jay. I think that's the request that we're hearing from the committee members. It is an important project, one that we'd like to stay in tune with, and to the extent the committee members want to sign up individually to get those notices, we'll encourage them to do so. Are there other questions from our online committee members? All right, well, hearing none, gentlemen. I'm sorry, Ed, you had a question.
Real quick thing.
You're not online, but we'll recognize
I
you.
just would say I was surprised that the DOT PD&E study is ending west of 56th Street. It doesn't include 56th Street because 56th Street has triple left turn lanes and it's really complicated. And it just seems like it would make more sense for it to go just east of 56th Street. But anyway.
That's one of those details that might change.
DOT, and again, I am not a DOT, just to say, I believe it goes to 56.
Well, it's west of 56.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because again, ours goes to 52nd because of Temple Terrace. Temple Terrace is somebody that we want their input from, but they're not part of the project management team on this.
You know, Ed, there is a DOT corridor study on 56. I'm not sure what the northern project limit is. I'll look into that and let you know, because
Just
you're
seems
right,
like
that doesn't-
56 is such a huge intersection.
Yeah.
And just west of it seems.
I'll get back to you.
Can we, this is Yasin, I was wondering, can we make a motion to maybe look into the project limits and with the logical termini and see if we can extend the termini to beyond the intersection of 56, or at least the east side of the intersection of 56, and include the city of Temple Terrace? Like, why are they making the limits like at the city limits of Temple Terrace? Like, Temple Terrace should be involved because they are the people who live in the city of Temple Terrace are the people who use the Fowler Avenue project, Fowler Avenue Road.
You might remember this was a topic of conversation during the June TIP hearing. There is a safety study that will extend from 56 out to 75. So Temple Terrace is going to be involved in that. I'm going to look into this and ask why the project limits were created to 56 for this part of the meeting. And I can report back to you. So you don't need a motion for that. I'll just do it.
132. Okay. I mean, I understand there's a safety study, but they can combine the safety study with this because they have to do a safety study for Fowler for this segment too. You know? So, yeah, thank you.
Johnny's going to give us an update on that as soon as he has the information. Good. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Obviously, a lot of interest. We'll look forward to hearing from you in a couple of months. All right, committee members, that brings us to our item on the agenda for unfinished business and new business. We do have a joint meeting with the TAC coming up. You want to talk about this more?
Yeah, December 7th is the joint meeting with the Technical Advisory Committee. Usually it's a pretty fun meeting. I think food is involved and drinks, BYOB, not going to tell on you if you bring a flask. It's going to be beginning a little bit later than our normal CAC meeting. It begins at noon, and it's going to be on the 26th floor. Any of you who have attended in the past, I think you'll agree that it's a pretty fun meeting. It's fun to interact with members of the other committee as well.
I'm vouch for that.
And so the question is, the next item of the agenda is agenda items for that meeting. Are we going to have a breakout session where our committee would meet either separately or with the TAC to take any action? Or what do you envision?
No, I think that there are action items on the agenda, but they are presentations that we would normally bring to the CAC and TAC individually. And so we just identify the ones that we can duplicate at one meeting.
So we will have a business session.
That's right.
In addition to the food and drink.
That's right. That's right. It's not all funny games.
All right. Okay. Is there any other new business to come before the committee? Anyone online have anything? If not, we will adjourn this portion of the meeting. And those of you hopefully in the room and online can stay for our workshop to discuss CAC committee structure. We want to take a 5-minute break for everyone to get up and stretch their legs and come back in 5 minutes. If so, this meeting is adjourned.
Yeah, the smell of that pizza is sort of permeating.
I know.
Yeah. Very temporary.
Oh, yeah. Everybody on the line go get your pizza out of the microwave.
Oh, no, they never have.
My wife was home when they came to take ours. She said they started to chop it up. And they said they quit and just left it.
Well, mine is a relatively small pile. Maybe they overlooked it. Got all my crap in the back of the, I got a deep lot. They stuck it in the back along the last one. I got some landscapers coming in there. I should move it tomorrow.
So no, I haven't seen much of that.
Water bottle in here. Where is it?
So we can have enough parking there?
Great, how are you? We got more people online, much more than.
Yeah.
So.
I don't know, when I see it, because, you know, I'm just watching it. Very closely. Yeah.
Similar.
I'm not positive.
Oh, really? Because that transportation didn't show us that.
So we handed them out already.
Yeah, I want to say that last year in 2027. This year, there was some updates I had to do. It's actually street parks.
I was letting it fill out.
That's rare.
Yeah.
Once in a while, it's, you know, yeah, sure.
We have a good, like-mindedness. We don't have 100% integrated.
You're exactly right.
I think that's a part of it. And in schools, they've had mayors for like, I want to say 4 or 5 consecutive terms, meaning over 20 years of carrying out sidewalks, bikeability, trail connectivity to the core. They just have had, both sides of the aisle. They got a party, relationship. Rick Baker did as much as Rick Kreisman.
Sure.
But they've had, it's like a longer period of having that be something that they.
It also seems like a talent handoff versus here we're kind of the limbo, whatever the strategic priorities
Louis
are.
Vuitton every time.
Every single time. Now,
Yeah.
there's some that are closely related, but you're right.
Yeah.
There may be a scenario where maybe the next person's not until 27.
Right.
Yeah. You're right, though, I like that idea. And find those potentially.
I think it's a good, I think I'll credit that as one of the many reasons. There's no one reason, but there is like.
I just want to make everybody aware that these mics are still hot.
Oh, are we still being recorded or?
I am not doing any minutes from this break point, but the mics are still hot and will be on recorded.
So far, we're just admiring everybody, but thank you.
Thanks for the warning.
Right. Yeah, go for the pizza. Talking about the St. Pete PRT, have you seen it yet, or do you know of it, or
Seen it.
observed it?
Johnny, if you can hear me, can you make sure to unmute in there, please?
You're right, Mike just came by a minute ago and told me that, and I forgot all about it. Johnny Wong, TPO staff, I'm here to present you with a range of proposals that cover the committee restructuring. I'm actually going to go through some of the history. Last month, it was requested that we review some of the topics that we had already covered because not everyone has attended every meeting. So kind of go through that very briefly. Before we get started, committee and chair in person, I'll just give you an update of everyone who's online.
Welcome to the webinar.
Artie Fryer, Carolyn Brown, Josh Frank, Yeza Morrison, and Terrence Trott. I see Hoyt is calling in. Hoyt, I'm not sure that you can raise your hand from the phone, so if you have something to say, you'll just have to talk up.
He is able to, and I've caught it a couple times.
Okay, great. Thanks, Gail. All right, so let's get into the voluntary workshop. I want to quickly summarize the context for changing the structure. You all have seen this quite a few times because I think that this is the fifth presentation we've made, coming back with some proposals and some ideas for ways in which we can improve accessibility.
Hey, Johnny.
Is that Alvaro?
Hey, Johnny, this is Hoyt. Sorry, I was just getting unmuted. I just want to let you know I am here and actually listening, so I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. Thanks.
Okay, great, thanks. So there are a number of challenges for accessing these meetings, participating that were uncovered as part of our work on the TPO non-discrimination and equity plan. Within that plan, there were a range of recommendations pertaining specifically to committee structure and committee accessibility. First recommendation is to increase accessibility to meetings. How do we do that? Well, that's what we've been talking about this entire time. First principle is meet people where they are. Basically, like making it easy for them to attend, not constructing obstacles that impair their ability to participate in these meetings. And also that we need to evaluate ways of improving representation. Some of the specific recommendations were to consider adding new seats to this committee, consider removing some seats that are duplicates of viewpoints that might be presented on other committees, and to remove barriers to membership. When we're talking about increasing representation, we need to have a baseline, and to speak from an intelligent perspective, we sent out that survey. We actually had some survey data of the demographic breakdown and geographic representation, but the last time we did this study was back in 2018, so well outdated. Just sent you all that survey about a week ago. We compiled the results and are showing them here. All but one committee member filled out the survey, and all but two gave us their addresses. So the data is mostly complete. We think that this is a really good view of the demographic characteristics of this committee as of today. So as far as representation of races and ethnicities, the group that I want to call out with that red box, which is severely underrepresented, is Hispanic or Latino. Two members identified themselves as Hispanic or Latin origin. Vice Chair Fernandez is occupying that at-large seat, but that's still far from representation of the county's demographic profile. Asians or Asian Americans are slightly overrepresented, about equal, I would say. African Americans are a little bit overrepresented, and white is slightly underrepresented according to the most recent census data. One group that does not appear on this chart because census does not track it this way, but we did in our survey, is the ethnic group of Middle Eastern, North African, or MENA, I guess you would say. So we will find a way to track that moving forward. And then regarding income representation, there are two groups that are absent or severely underrepresented from the committee's viewpoints, and those are on the lowest of the low end of the economic spectrum. So households earning less than $24,000, not represented at all. Households earning between $25,000 and $47,000, severely underrepresented. We have an extreme overrepresentation of households earning far above median income,
between 101,000 and greater than 151K. The age of the CAC members, surprising to me, but the underrepresented cohort based on age is 48 to 64. The committee has an overrepresentation of folks above 65 years and an overrepresentation of folks between 31 and 47. 30-year-olds are pretty closely mirroring the census data. Women representation is severely underrepresented.
Johnny, I'm just going to comment on that. I think this graphic is misleading because typically a graphic starts at 0. The graphic starts at 40 and goes between 40 and 50. So, I mean, if you look at that, women are maybe underrepresented by about 8%. But when you look at that graphic, you would think it was like,
That's a good point.
I just think that graphic is misleading.
It's a little bit tough to visualize that. If we expanded the x-axis to go from 0 to 100, you couldn't detect any difference at all. So we zoomed in what we thought was appropriate. I understand where you're coming from, and it maybe exaggerates the difference a little bit, but the way that we're presenting this data isn't intended to add shock value. I don't want you to look at this and say, whoa, there's no women represented on the CAC, because that's not true. What we're hoping to do by setting these demographic goals is to follow the data. And so whatever the profile is in Hillsborough County based on census data, that's the target we want to establish for demographic representation. We're not going to be persuaded just by the way the graphics look. But I appreciate that perspective, Ed.
May I ask a question based on Ed's remark?
Yeah.
Would it be possible for us, is it quick to discern, say, that gap on a committee our size represents one person or two people that would sort of add close the gap that might be helpful?
So countywide, women constitute 52% of the population. If this committee is about 20, that means we need more than 10.
And this gap
I don't have the
represents
attendance
that we're-
roster in front of me, but we can take a look at that at the end if you'd like. And then based on whatever we decide the membership cap to be for this committee, we would just aim for half.
Okay, so we can extrapolate that we need one person, 2.5 people,
Right,
whatever.
50% plus one.
Right.
Let's say.
Okay, thank you.
We don't have an underrepresentation of persons with disabilities on the CAC currently. That wraps up the demographic data. Over the few months that we presented some ideas for how we can restructure or accommodate better participation with the CAC, you all have agreed to a number of the proposals that we've presented to you. I think the biggest game changer is the meeting start time. We've got that response from so many CAC members over the years. And beginning next year in January, the CAC meetings will begin at 6 p.m., allowing folks to get off work, get settled at home, change their clothes, come back, or log on and participate virtually. With a couple of members who are in attendance today, we've received that feedback just since last month. So we know that this is going to be a game changer and really facilitate better participation moving forward. You all also agreed that a hybrid format for participation is ideal. This gives folks the options to attend in person if they prefer, or to participate virtually. And our job as staff is to seek out tech solutions or creative, innovative ways to help facilitate virtual participation and make it feel more like they're in the room, so that they're not looked to as secondary participants. We're going to come back to you all with some recommendations. Hopefully in the next few months. Some things that we're exploring right now are utilizing laptops, investing in better discussion technologies, like a better way to message and communicate back and forth. We'll get back to you when we have some options, some viable options. Third is meeting locations. And this comment has been brought up a number of times as well. Folks are really interested in getting members to see and explore other parts of the community other than downtown. Of course, this location, like County Center, was selected because it's accessible via transit. But our alternative to meeting here is optional social events hosted around the county 2 times a year. We haven't decided this yet, but to me, it makes sense to do that maybe in July, which is typically a month we have recessed following the TIP hearing, and then maybe December, because the normal meeting time is changed for that joint TAC-CAC meeting anyway. So those might be some good times to rotate around the county.
Wait, Johnny?
Yeah.
Can you please just elaborate a little bit more on how that solution will assist in meeting location question?
Yeah. So we're going to work to identify some locations that could host an optional meeting. It won't count against you if you don't attend, but for folks who are interested, they could travel out to Temple Terrace and get like a firsthand perspective of what transportation issues that city is facing. We can rotate around the county, maybe a location in Waimama or Town and Country, kind of treating the members who hail from that geographic area as our hosts. And it won't count against you again. We're thinking that these will be optional. They'll be publicly noticed so that we can actually host the meeting and get some work done. But some issues we're going to have to work around are there's not going to be AV support from our tech staff. So we're going to have to be kind of creative with how we do that. All right, next, the attendance requirements. The attendance requirements that are outlined in the bylaws will remain as of now. Because we understand that encouraging folks from a lower socioeconomic strata to attend could be a challenge for them. We're still exploring options to provide some financial remuneration to them so that it's not like income is a barrier to their participation. Forum's going to remain at 7 in person for now, and in the future we may explore reducing that. That brings us to the outstanding topics that we're hoping to brief you on today. First is term limits. We haven't come to a consensus on that. Some people are in favor, some are not. And for those who are in favor, we haven't decided how long the terms should be, how many consecutive terms can be served. The demographic representation. My feeling is that the committee is pretty on board with the concept of having the committee members mirror the countywide profile. I don't think that I've heard a ton of backlash against that idea. How we implement that is the challenge. And then geographic representation, we haven't really solved that problem. So I'm going to propose some new options to you in a second. Very quickly, I'm going to brief you on some guidelines that we received from you by previous presentations, like the feedback you all offered us, and then some guidance we have from the feds, the state, and our TPO board. So we received guidance from a number of sources. I reached out to the Civil Rights Office for Federal Highway Administration, asking them if they had any suggestions for us on how we can structure the committee so that it represents the demography, represents the geography. The civil rights liaison simply told me that he hadn't heard of an MPO being as ambitious as we are. He didn't really have any firm guidance for us to follow, no guidelines. He said that he appreciated what we're trying to accomplish and that he respected it, but couldn't offer much in the way of suggestions. State statute is pretty broad. It's clear, but it's very broad. It says that an MPO should try to represent a broad cross-section of the community that it represents. So nothing tangible that we can latch onto there. There are recommendations that I already described to you coming from the TPO non-discrimination and equity plan. At the previous TPO board meeting, on the consent agenda, this was a topic of conversation. The guidance that we got from the TPO board was that they prefer to add at-large members so that we can increase the opportunities for diversity. And that's almost a verbatim quote. And then the CAC motions that you all offered to us that kind of structure these proposals is that you wanted to see seats reserved for elected officials on the TPO board. You suggested that you don't want to see the size of the committee expand much beyond 30. The number 30 has kind of been thrown around, but I've heard proposals that go up to like maybe 40 or a little bit less than that. But my general takeaway is that you don't want to see this go to 50 to 60 to 70. That would just be untenable. So those are the constraints that we're working within. Specifically, the actions that you all took at the last meeting, because we presented some proposals, they were shot down. So I bulleted these. You asked us to research what is being done by other MPOs across the state. You asked us to retain a committee composed of seats dedicated to TPO board elected officials, those who are appointed by elected officials serving on the board. You rejected outright options A and B that we presented last meeting. You asked us to come back with 2 new proposals. You asked us to consider an option C, which was offered by Vice Chair Fernandez. And then you also asked us to include an option to not add or not accommodate any changes. So a status quo option, and that's what we've done. So I'll take these in turn and tell you how we're addressing all the actions we received last month. The first is what is being done by other MPOs. We have presented this to you all at least once before. I think that these were shot down for different reasons. The committee did not want anything to do with the Pulp TPO model. It's successful, it works for them, but the feedback I've received from you all is that you don't think it's going to work for us. Totally understandable. They have an advisor network composed of 380, and there's actually no cap to this, so anyone can participate. Any community group with an interest or a topic that they're focusing on can participate in this committee.
So that's not really a CAC, it's really broad community input.
Is that right?
I would call it a club, not a.
So the state law was actually changed to allow this as,
Really?
as a different model, yeah. So it's actually a subsequent, it also comes right after state requirement for a CAC that says, notwithstanding what we just said about having a CAC, you can create an alternative model.
May I ask a question about that? I mean, how do they make motions and garner Robert's, a quorum for advancing their TPO and their TIP and all that? Does that even happen in that context?
Right, so it would be run more like audience polling.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Yeah.
Broward MPO down south has a fairly diverse community that they represent. So it's similar to us in that respect. The Broward CAC has a committee of 45 members. 25 are appointees of the MPO board, TPO board. 17 seats are reserved for civic or service groups that represent one of the underrepresented communities, and then 3 at-large seats. Within the Broward MPO structure, members are required to attend in person. All right, so those are some of the models that we looked at. Those are often hailed as best practices or really unique structures. Those are the only 2 that we can look to as examples of doing something different. All right, these are the, yeah.
Sorry, are questions okay during the talk? You just said those were the only 2 that we could find that were, to say what you just said again, like there are only 2 that are unlike ours? Is that what you were saying? Out of how many in the state? How many TPO CACs are there in the state? Do you know?
There are 27 MPOs
27
in the state, and and a lot of them are structured.
Okay. And these 2 are those that were deemed pretty different.
I served on the Well, I served on the Fort Pinella CAC for more than a year, and it was structured almost exactly the same as ours is now. The only difference being the geographic districts. So there were like 3 or 4 members representing the city of St. Pete, 3 or 4 for Clearwater, and then the smaller jurisdictions. I remember they have a bunch of cities in Pinellas, but some of the cities were aggregated. So there's a rep for like Safety Harbor, Dunedin, countryside area. It's kind of carved up in a unique way.
Okay, thank you. But each communities have one seat.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I think Pinellas has like 38 municipalities.
It's less than 30, but
There's a lot.
my goodness.
Yeah.
Certainly more than here.
Okay, thank you.
Before we get into the proposals, I'm going to recap what the status quo is, the structure we currently have in place. 23 seats available on the CAC, 16 of which are reserved for TPO elected board members, 6 at-large seats reserved for specific constituencies, African American, Hispanic, Latino, women, neighborhoods, business, and the last one, disability.
Under 30.
Under 30, yes, thank you.
All right.
And then one appointed by the Transportation Disadvantage Coordinating Board. The number of seats reserved for TPO members may change. It could increase to 19 after the reapportionment of the board, which would bring the size of this committee to 26. I'll give you a status update on that later if you would like. The at-large seats, as I mentioned, they're already on this list. I should have looked a little bit below. Thank you, Nicholas. 1 for African American, 1 for Hispanic, 1 under 30, 1 for neighborhoods, 1 for business, 1 for women. Members serve 2-year terms. At the end of their term, they can continue to serve until they're replaced or reappointed by the TPO board member. And I will here recap the details of Vice Chair Fernandez's proposal that was circulated last month. Under this proposal, membership would be capped at 30 seats, 1 nominated by each TPO board member, and the remainder would be at large. The at-large seats would be reserved for, but not limited to, a representative of African American, Hispanic, Latino, women, and persons under 30. And lastly, there would be no term limits, but service would be evaluated at the end of the 2-year term. Staff has come back with some questions or comments on each item from this proposal, and I'll go from the top. Regarding membership being capped at 30 seats, the TPO board advised TPO staff to add seats to increase diversity. Of course, like the proposal was created before that TPO board meeting existed, but I'm just letting you know that after that board meeting, we were advised to add seats to increase. Another consideration is that after board reapportionment, the proposal would only increase the number of seats by 4. So we're not sure that it would make a significant difference in the membership composition. Second point, that at-large seats be reserved for, not limited to, African Americans, Hispanic, Latino, women, and persons under 30. Those predefined seats don't really give flexibility to address gaps in representation, and the changing nature of the demographics of the county, they change every year. So our hope is that we would reevaluate and then use a data analysis of how well CAC is represented to inform our recruitment efforts for the next year to find members that hit those demographic groups. Yeah, Rick.
Just to be clear, I mean, the reason I incorporated the verbiage, but not limited to, the idea here was to be able to utilize the at-large seats to mirror as closely as possible the demographic goals that we've been embracing through this entire conversation. I just pulled those particular demographics out because they're the ones that we currently have. But I fully embrace the idea that we would expand those demographics to other areas, to other groups, and the numbers within those individual demographic niches, that they would be expanded as well. The question of the size of the committee, I hope we don't get too wound up around the axle of what may or may not happen vis-a-vis reapportionment on the TPO board, because that to me is a huge question mark right now as to what is going to happen or when. We have a current status for that board that I think we should be responding to, not what it may be or may not be 6 months or a year from now. So I remain pretty tight on that number of 30, not because I want to be hard-ass about it, just because given our experience here over a number of years, I don't think numbers beyond that are very wieldy, as in we would be a very unwieldy group as we get larger than 30. Okay.
Okay, so how do we, again, ask your question, I agree with you. How do we, if we tap into 30, then we're gonna have 23 seats, but the TPO members, the current, based on the current situation. 23, and then the other 7 will be at large.
Well,
and then next year, we're gonna get 20, then it's gonna be 20, we're gonna bring it up to 20, or how many board members? It's gonna be, how many board members in the proposed?
Well, they want to
Potentially.
they want to tack on the two BOCC, right?
Right.
Three,
So it's
seven,
just gonna
5
bring
and 7.
Yes, it's gonna bring it to
It
26.
may be 3 more elected board members.
So
we'll be discussing that in December.
Right, so the 3 more, now,
26
how,
is not.
yeah, so the 26, how do we, and then now that's gonna be beyond, after larger than 30.
Yeah, well, the operative word being flexibility. I mean, right now, what I'm trying to respond to is what we currently have in front of us. If reapportionment occurs and the TPO board in fact gets bigger, then I think we have to flex to that. And there's obviously still the question of who it is that actually gets to appoint from the TPO board. I still feel that if you're on the TPO board, you should have the right to appoint to this group, whether you're elected or not. So it would include the port, would include the aviation authorities. That's a big distinction from what I know you folks have been trying to propose here now for several months. If in fact it's only the electeds, that's far smaller cluster of appointees.
No, I meant the TPO.
And everybody else.
Right.
And of course, it would include Temple Terrace and would include Pine City as well, because they're elected. So anyway, I'm sorry. So.
No, I appreciate that, Rick. I'm sure we're gonna all probably have questions about how your proposal might work in the future from TPO staff reviewing it. Our questions focus mainly on how can we adapt this proposal to changes that we think might be coming in the future with reasonable certainty. So the specific language in the proposal of capping it at 30 raises questions for us about how much flexibility do we actually have to try to recruit folks from different geographic districts or of different demographic groups. But again, we'll talk about that at the end, and I'm sure others will have questions for you as well. Regarding the proposal on term limits, our questions are, how would that evaluation be conducted? What would we be looking at for service? How would we operationalize that so that we're fair to everyone? All right, last step before we get to the 2 new proposals. What staff is recommending is that all current members on this committee would continue to serve, regardless of how the restructuring goes down. We want to guarantee that everyone on this committee that wants to continue would be able to occupy a seat reserved for geographic district, a demographic group. We want to make sure that no one is kicked off, and that will be goal number 1. The way that we think that this could work is nominees appointed by TPO boards, TPO board members would complete their terms. They have 2-year terms. They're renewable based on whether or not the TPO board member wants to reappoint them. That wouldn't change. Everyone else on this committee would be converted to an at-large seat. When that happens, beginning in January of 2023, it would begin serving out a new 6-year term. So regardless of the number of years you've currently served, that clock would start over January 2023. And subject to an annual attendance review, you would continue serving until you no longer desire to.
Wouldn't you need to phase those? Because otherwise, you're going to have that whole cohort flipping over 6 years from now. I mean, it seems like you would want to take that group and say, I don't know, maybe those of us that have been on for a long time, maybe we get a 2-year term, and people that just got on get a 6. I mean, I don't know, somehow it just seems like the way you've defined it, you know, every 6 years, you're going to have sort of a large turnover that you might want to moderate.
Yeah, you wouldn't want that to happen all at once. You lose all the institutional knowledge.
Right.
I think it'll happen naturally. I mean, we have a lot of people rotating on the committee because of their own, situation.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly that. In practice, we haven't had to worry about that because folks just actually decide they've had enough after 6 years. Or more.
6 minutes, I mean, 6 years.
And you need to add to that that the elected officials' terms will change.
Right.
So there'll be some automatic rotation.
Or if they're not elected, if they're not.
I think that's in the bylaws. If it's not, we can add that. I'm pretty sure it is, but forgive me if I'm mistaken.
Is there any consideration for term limits when a person is appointed by the elected official that simply mirrors the time that the elected official is in office? It seems like having a 2-year, having a 2-year term limit for us just seems to be causing a lot of extra work and process. If the elected officials sort of, they seem surprised from.
But they have a 4-year term. Yeah.
They have a 4-year term and they may not remember based on the demands of their work and how busy they are, or if they have their own administrative aides turning over, like, oh, we got to remember to do that. It seems like it would be you're in that seat as long as you either want to be there on the CAC or as long as I'm in office. That seems to make sense.
That's a topic of conversation whenever we consult with the elected officials, letting them know what's required of the position. So in addition to just having a verbal conversation with them, we send them a letter letting them know what the requirements are for the CAC, the length of service, and it's kind of, that's one of the challenges with dealing with your political appointments, to be frank. There's a lot of turnover for various reasons. And some folks who are being appointed for whatever reason might just see this as being one additional task to take on, and for whatever reason they fall off. And that's when it is incumbent upon the elected official to appoint someone who can fulfill the duties.
When their seat is vacated, when their committee, CAC appointee, ceases to participate, then the elected official is advised that they need to, hey, we need you to refill, right?
Regardless.
But I'm talking about if there is no disruption and both parties are, in good standing, the elected official and the appointee, it seems like it makes more sense to just have that not be a workflow jam up that, we need to renew every 2 years when there's no disruption of service.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think if the bylaws provide that the appointee of an elected official who is on the TPO board, term of that CAC member runs concurrently, and as long as that elected official is a TPO board member, that gives them some continuity without having to worry about placing that person
or just renominating, or
Yeah, at the same time, if that person resigns from the CAC, then the elected official has the opportunity to appoint some review. I think Christine's proposal would make a lot of sense.
Okay, we can take that into consideration. Thanks for that, Christine.
But let me just add to that, Rick, if I may. I also have not floated with you, but I think to provide some continuity, if we're going to have term limits, I would recommend that that this committee consider the first term of a CAC appointee not appointed by an elected official be for 3 years. And that they be eligible for reappointment for 2 consecutive 2-year terms, which would give them 7 years, not 6. You and I haven't discussed that idea.
Potentially.
So that's a new idea. I thought I would throw it out because we have this issue that I've heard several of my committee members express the view, it takes months or a year to get up to speed. And so that's why I suggest a 3-year initial appointment. I'm just throwing it.
Yeah,
Rick,
can you
Rick,
put a pin in that and come back to it? I want to talk about that in a little bit. I think I need to think on that for a few minutes.
Could I just ask you one question on your bullet point? I think it's clear, but I'm having a question. The second bullet point under all current members continue to serve, all right? All others are automatically converted to at-large seats. So what you're saying is that Ed would convert, you'd be an at-large seat as of January of 2023. Does he then lose his connection to his appointing authority? That he becomes at-large, who's being appointed then by the CAC or being recommended by the CAC and back to the board for being placed here? Is that what's, are you cutting the line, the umbilical cord between him and his appointing authority?
Yes. So Ed, Nicholas, Don, Bill, any others who are appointees of a non-elected TPO board member would have to be shuffled to make sure that they can remain members of this committee. We'll have to fill them in either as an at-large seat reserved for a demographic group or a geography. We're going to find a way to make that happen. It's going to involve some shuffling of the deck chairs, but we can make that happen. And from that point forward, this proposal is accepted beginning in January 2023. It would boost their ties to the appointing agency.
And I have a question too about term limit. Are you going to cover term limits more later or is it today?
I'm not sure if we go into any more.
Okay, well, let me ask my question now. So I'm from an elected official, appointed by an elected official. So at the end of my elected official is on the ballot next week. Okay, so if she wins, she's got 4 more years. So at the end of those 4 years, if I chose, could I apply for an at-large seat?
Yeah.
Or if I chose, I said I wanted to do 7 years, could I now say, I want to apply for an at-large seat now, even though I'm appointed, allow my commissioner to appoint somebody else for her seat, for that seat? And so I'm not out in 4 years.
Yeah, I don't see why that would be prohibited.
Either case.
Yeah, as long as there is, so if this change is implemented and it begins in January 2023, we're going to have 3 options for you to serve, right? You could remain a member, or you could remain the appointee of the TPO board member, assuming they get reelected. That would be the first option. If that doesn't happen and you're no longer on the CAC, you come back and appoint and serve for the at-large seat for women or any other demographic group that you might, or if there is not someone representing my mama, you could take that seat as well. Right, so the first proposal, membership under this proposal would be 32 to 33, depending on the results of the reapportionment plan. 20 seats would be at large, and either 12 or 13 would be nominated by TPO elected officials. Elected officials on the board representing jurisdictions will continue to nominate members as is the status quo. TPO staff are available to assist with outreach if needed. Total number of seats depends on board apportionment. This bullet point is just providing a little bit more detail as to how these appointments by elected officials actually happen. So when a new elected official serving on the TPO board, like they just get elected, they're now serving, we reach out to them proactively and say, you are a member of the TPO board, you are able to appoint folks to the CAC committee. Here's what's required of CAC appointees. Here is the current demographic data for the committee. Here's the current geographic breakdown of committee members. Here's some areas that have a deficiency. Here's some demographic seats that we would like to fill. And here are some interested candidates. Please review them and select any that you think might fit. If you don't want to select from the candidates that we're presenting to you, you can always nominate anyone you have in mind. All right, vacant at-large seats are going to be filled by application. That application, I think most of you filled out, it's on our website. We're going to do very targeted outreach to identify suitable candidates for demographic groups that we don't have representation from or geographic districts that are underrepresented. Those underrepresented groups, demographic or geographic, are going to be reviewed annually. It makes sense for us to do an annual survey to poll the committee, see what demographic profile we have, where folks are living, because that might change during the year. And then we're going to present the data to you all in January, every January, and we're going to flag underrepresented groups and use that data, that analysis to inform our recruitment efforts throughout the year. So in practice, what that means is we currently have very few members in Town and Country, in Apollo Beach, Lithia, Brandon, right? Like we know that those areas are underrepresented. So if this proposal goes forward, beginning in January of 2023, we're going to target those areas and solicit applications from new members. If anyone applies, we will send their application to board members and inform them that they're from an area that's currently underrepresented, and leave it up to the TPO board to assign them to this committee.
With those of us who are appointed by a non-vote, by a non-elected member of the TPO, would we be grandfathered into one of those geographic or demographic slots, or would we need to apply?
Yeah, I don't think we need you to reapply.
I didn't hear what you said.
Ed asked if existing members who are appointed by a non-elected TPO member would need to fill out the application and start the process over from scratch, or just be grandfathered in. And the response from Beth was that you would be grandfathered in. You don't need to go online, fill out the application. We already have all your info.
So Ed would be grandfathered into an at-large seat, and you would simply have to find an appropriate at-large seat that he fills demographically, right? Whether it's age or geography.
I don't think that we should set aside seats for specific constituencies in advance. My suggestion to you is that the at-large seats are filled based on the annual review of what gaps there are in representation. So you're not saying we are definitely going to have 4 at-large seats for Hispanic and Latinx persons. You're saying that every year probably has some vacant seats, and we're going to do an annual review to see maybe we'll have plenty of Hispanic people 3 years from now, and then we don't need to recruit for Hispanic people. Instead, we'll focus on a different group, or maybe we'll be focusing on a geographic area. So it's really to respond to who are the current sitting members, who have the board members appointed, and allow the committee to have that discussion openly every year about how to balance out the committee.
I think I intuitively anticipated that that would be the case, but really my question was very specific. I don't mean to put it on the spot since he asked the question. If it's his situation in January and he rotates over into an at-large seat, you're going to be looking at the representative body as it exists within that moment. So if we need more people of a certain age, or we need more people of a certain geography, or we need some more people of a certain ethnicity, you're going to be looking for an at-large seat that Ed happens to fill as you're trying to grandfather him in back onto the committee. Is that the mechanics of it in that moment in
No,
January?
what I'm suggesting is let's say that we have 33 available seats on the committee.
Yeah.
And, let's say that 23, let's say the committee is completely full right now. So we have 23 members currently available. So then we have 10 available seats.
At large.
I think at large. I mean, we have to, yeah, let's say that we have 10 at-large seats that are vacant. So then we have a conversation in January about what geographic areas and what demographic characteristics you're looking for. And then that would be the focus for those 10 vacant seats.
Including those that are being grandfathered in.
So the filled seats,
Those count against the 23?
the filled seats count against the 33 total.
I'm with you though. I mean, I would think you would want to take Bill and me and Nicholas and Don and say, well, Ed happens to be 75 years old and he lives in just near the USF, and we can make him be that spot. I mean, I would
start that star on the map. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would kind of was thought.
That's intuitively, that's what I was thinking too.
And just to play devil's advocate, what happens if there isn't, the geographic need? Like, what if that's already filled by someone else who's in that area, by an elected official, or I'm just saying, what if?
Yeah.
Well, then you look at a different criteria, then it becomes age or income. This is one of those.
So you represent what you represent now, like as.
Now I represent FIA now,
Yeah, you represent Thea, but you're all, but.
but I happen to be 75 and I live in Lake Forest.
Exactly, so you'll be the same person, but.
Different jersey.
But according to our chart, we're overrepresented in that.
So, but we don't need
Category
to
right now.
change that, but we're gonna be focusing, so all the vacant seats, the other vacant seats that we're adding are gonna be the ones that we're focusing on to bring those charts to equity, to make more equity, so.
Right, so Joni actually has some more slides that explain this a little bit more clearly.
Okay. One more, please. So the way I'm hearing it is that we would have like 10 at-large seats, and they're just at-large seats. They're not named this, they're not named that.
They're not
And we just
specific
fill
areas, they're not
them.
specific characters, right? It's just every year.
But the goal is to match the county's.
Right, but you do it every year.
So we have to use the at-large seats to try
You-
to.
Yes.
You use those, but
Rebalance.
you don't name them. You don't say, we have this.
But we're gonna label them as like a university area, like let's say, I'm a Guatemala representative, we're not gonna call that person a Guatemala representative.
Right.
We're just gonna call them, an at-large, and we know in the data that they are representing the Guatemala, or this person is Asian or something. So we know that we're reaching our performance, our goals, but this person, so it's just basically a general name for a seat.
Thank you, that helps.
Yeah.
Then this would be codified in the bylaws. So,
Yes.
yeah, whatever we pick.
Yes.
Proposal 2, 20 at-large seats, 18 to 19 nominated by TPO board members. It's basically the same as proposal 1, except instead of limiting that to the elected members of the TPO board, it's all members of the TPO board. So what that means is Nicholas, Bill, Don, and Ed would retain their seats on the CAC. They wouldn't have to get shuffled around to help us meet a demographic or a geographic target. They would just remain the appointees of HART, the airport import.
So let's ask the question now. Bill, what So Johnny, what do you think is the likelihood that the TPO board is going to continue to include those non-elected officials? What's your crystal ball say?
They've voted on that and they've decided that they are going to retain the non-elected officials on the TPO board.
That's what I thought. Okay. So this proposal essentially says all TPO board members have an appointment. And then there are 20 at-large seats in addition to that.
I think that this proposal is very closely reflective of what you all have asked of us. The only area where there's a little bit of deviation is in the number of seats. So remember, for months, we've been saying that we would like the membership capped at about 30. The only difference here is that we'd have to add about 10 more members.
Well, there's been some discussion about that, but you also recall I put forth a proposal for 42 members.
Right.
So I think somewhere in that 32 to 40 range, we could probably find some accommodation.
And do we have to fill, if we say 39, do we have to fill 39? Doesn't have to be.
It aspires.
Say a maximum of.
So it's a maximum number, so.
Right, we haven't filled 23.
Right.
Okay.
Within new hours.
And would the,
I like this one.
people be identified? I happen to think that this is what it should be, so I'll just put it out there. I think staff should come up with those nominees and that they should be recommended by staff to, because you all are going to need that flexibility to try to work toward that demographic and geographic variability. In addition, as I've said before, I have a concern about if we select who those people are, there's too much opportunity to, select people who are going to vote the way we want them.
The ultimate decision about who has a seat on the CAC is TPO board, right?
Right.
TPO staff's role in this is going to be to lead the recruitment efforts based on our data analysis. So again, like the way that this is going to work in practice, every year we'll have demographic data from all committee members. We'll know the areas that are, or we'll know the demographic characteristics that are underrepresented. And if we have a plethora of applicants, that can help us narrow down those who would be good fits for the seat. And then when we present a list of candidates to the TPO board, it'll come with a note or a memo indicating which geographies, which demographic groups are severely underrepresented, and try to match those needs to the demographics and home address of applicants.
Okay.
Let me ask two quick questions. Do you know offhand the approximate number of applications that you have now to serve on either this committee or any committee, CAC for the TPO?
Yeah, CAC has, well, I don't know exact number, but we have a huge folder of applicants. I would say we receive a new application maybe once every 6 weeks. The only issue is that, some folks kind of throw their name in the hat, and then when we reach out to them and tell them it meets at this time of day, it's kind of a big commitment. They say that doesn't really interest me. You even had folks who like made it onto the committee and they don't show up that often. So it's not, the number of applications we get isn't indicative of the quality of the member. But
no, but that tells me we've got more than 3.
Right.
So that's and the second question, Johnny, is can you recall when this committee has been last at full strength?
I want to say, let me think. We had almost full membership December of last year, maybe. The landmark that kind of like sticks out to me is when Amy Espinosa left. I think after that point, like a number of members fell off. This year we've lost a lot, but prior to that, we had most seats filled.
We were in the 20. Okay. I just wanted to get a sense for what the turnover is. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I just want to make sure I don't lose sight of one very critical issue for me out of all this discussion. in the at-large appointments, and that's the continued involvement of the CAC committee in that process of evaluating candidates and making recommendations to the board, which is what we do now. We haven't done it in a while, but that's the current procedure. Is that getting lost anywhere in all of this? I understand members of the TPO board would nominate or appoint at-large people, but then there's another cohort of at-large people that need to be found and appointed. And I would think that that would come through a recruitment process, through us. We make a recommendation after we vote on these candidates, and that recommendation that goes to the board. Is that still a part of all of this, or are you all trying to cut us out of that process?
You would provide a recommendation at the beginning of the year when we do the attendance review and the current committee makeup review. Provide directions to staff on what are your priorities or who needs to be recruited into the committee. And then we would implement that direction in reviewing, seeking applications. So going out, like meeting with community groups, I would ask Avita Franklin, our public engagement officer, to proactively contact community groups, seek new members, bring forward those applications. We would be forwarding those applications to the board with a note about how they stack up against the committee's priorities this year.
So you would be cutting us out of the recommendation
It would be
process.
an administrative process
Okay. Different from
that
what
you
we
set
have now.
priorities for at the beginning of the year.
Okay. I would never support that. But that said, move on. It's a workshop, so, okay.
How long is the workshop supposed to?
Yeah, we're a little bit beyond our time right now.
I'll stick around for as long as you all want to stick around.
How many more proposals have we?
Are we gonna vote at the end of this?
The only other proposal is status quo, which board didn't support. So we have Vice Chair Fernandez, what's your name? I say it all the time. Vice Chair Fernandez proposal.
Dedicated the answer at the end of the day.
Going back to proposal 1 for a second, the reason why we offered that up, might be asking yourself, why should we eliminate the seats that are reserved for non-elected board members? And it's because of duplication. We do have seats reserved for those agencies, but on other committees. So every non-elected seat that is filled on the CAC has at least one other committee with that perspective being offered. The Port, CAC, and Technical Advisory Committee, Aviation Authority, CAC and TAC. HART is on every single one of our committees. THEA is on CAC, TAC, Livable Roadways, and Intelligent Transportation Systems. Planning Commission is on 4, School Board is on 2. So there's duplication. Just want to offer that up to you all.
But Johnny, isn't there also duplication with elected officials because they appoint to more than this committee? They also appoint to multiple committees, correct?
That's right.
Yeah.
One of our earliest proposals was to remove those seats, but you all strongly opposed that. So took a step back in our offering proposals now that reserve those seats.
For the record, we all didn't oppose it, just saying.
Yeah, I remember Terrence and I think maybe 2 or 3 others were on board with accepting one of the early proposals that we presented, but that got voted down.
My concern was Riverview, for example. We have 0 elected officials according to what would be the plan. So I don't understand how that would be fair.
County commissioner, don't they?
No, well, no, like my county commissioner and my mama is not on the TPO board. District 5 is not represented on the TPO board. I was appointed by a county-wide commissioner.
Not the single member district.
Oh, right, Mariella, yes.
Right,
Countywide.
but my commissioner is Stacy White, and he does not sit on
Yeah.
the TPO board. So not every community has a commissioner on the TPO board.
Correct.
And I think
Which is
that's
why
part
the
of-
at-large
That's
seats.
part of the proposed change in the TPO structure.
Mhm.
Have
To include Stacy White.
to include all members of the Board of County Commission.
Yeah, go from 5 to 7.
So what are the next
So,
steps here?
so we have, so John, I don't mean to try to run the meeting, but it sounds like you've got two proposals. Are you going to bring these back to the full CAC at the December meeting? Should this be an agenda item to vote on one or the other of these two? I mean, at some point, we got to make a decision.
So there's three.
Another
Three.
Three. Should we vote to at least eliminate ones and then?
So this is, because it's a workshop, because it's voluntary, no, we can't take action. This conversation, I think, was supposed to serve as a straw poll. In a manner of speaking, I was hoping to get your feedback. If you identify a fatal flaw in either of these proposals, let me know now and we can try to fix it. If there are no strong objections to proposal 1 or 2, then we can adjust our staff recommendation and bring it back to the TPO board and ask them to approve these changes and change them in the bylaws.
Well, I think Rick you had a thing.
Well, I have something that might be viewed as a fatal flaw, yeah. And I don't need to state it again. You've heard it from me before. But anyway, we're not doing anything here today.
We're not taking anything, but I think, let's just kind of go around the room, the committee is agreeable. It's kind of say, what's your initial impression amongst the three proposals? I think Ed's expressed an opinion. Words to you now. Johnny, if that straw poll would be helpful, happy to ask the committee to express an opinion.
Yeah, it would definitely be helpful if you identify anything that you view as particularly problematic about either one, or if you just want to express a preference, proposal 1 or 2. I'll go back to these so that you can examine them. They were the same, except under proposal 2, the non-elected TPO board appointees would remain.
I prefer 2. I think if we're going to have elected officials remain, then from the TPO, I think it should be all of them, all 2.
Yeah, this is Alza online, and I was just going to say, I'm proposal 2. I like that. And just another point with our meeting times, it's already a long meeting and we tend to run over time a lot of the times. So I think adding in administrative things as far as us being involved with selecting, I think that may lead to even more time. So I don't know if that's a point of contention, if that can be like a separate committee or something like that, that people want to be involved in that. But I think especially if we're going to target families that are bringing in under 24,000, which I think they should definitely be represented on the committee, we have to be really mindful of time and how much time we take out of the day with the meetings.
Who was that?
Thank you.
Who made those remarks?
Who was that?
Miaza Morrison.
Miaza.
Well, I don't know who's running this meeting, but I guess nobody really. My concern with the stated fatal flaw is, as I stated previously, the idea of conflict. We are, in my view, an oversight committee of sorts. Staff brings recommendations to us, and we're asked to either vote up or down and pass on to the big board. DOT, we have TIP amendments. We have all this stuff that comes to us, usually with an approval recommendation from TPO staff. And in my view, you don't want to have TPO staff having an outsized role in picking the people that are going to be sitting in that role of judgment, if you will. I'm much more comfortable having us having a role in vetting the candidates and making the recommendations. I'm not saying that Johnny and Beth and the whole cast of characters back there can't do recruitment, but so can we. I can go back to my community and ask for people to apply, and they could apply. We should all be recruiting. But I have a real problem with Beth Alden, Johnny Wong, and everyone else at TPO staff, no disrespect, having an outsized role on who sits in this chair or that chair. It's an oversight role, and I just don't think that the line should be crossed.
Steve?
If I may,
Sorry. Yeah, you're on. Just a second.
this is Terrence. I was just gonna say, if I may, can we, both arguments are, it's like good arguments. Neither one is wrong. Can we vote on it just as a working group so we have a consensus of what Johnny can add into here? We have to proceed. So I'm just saying, we are the working group. So can we just take an informal vote and then proceed with whatever the working group comes up with as a part of the either proposal?
Terrence, I'm gonna leave that to Johnny in a minute, but Christine had a comment.
Terrence, my question might affect your question. My question is, we're looking to update the bylaws to achieve greater access for the community to these CAC members and to more closely mirror our county's population. Did I state that accurately? So these are the bylaws of who gets appointed seats. Do the bylaws go into the minutia of process of procedures so that who recruits, who selects, is that in the bylaws, or are these just procedures that can be, can we address what we need to address for the bylaws, the composition and the voting members of the CAC? Can we address that and then look to resolve fatal flaw or process separately?
I think that the language on this slide is a fairly close representation of how we would frame this in the bylaws. So just as a good example, the bottom bullet point, it's not overly prescriptive explaining exactly how we're going to do the analysis every year. It provides enough flexibility for us to do our work, and then culminating in staff recommendation to the TPO board about which seats are underrepresented and need to be filled.
Right. Not sure that I just want to have laser
I'm
focus.
not imagining that the TPO staff is making a judgment call about the applications that we receive. I'm suggesting that we provide the applications that are submitted to the TPO board, noting which ones match up with geographic areas this committee already identified at the beginning of the year are underrepresented.
Right.
It's objective. It's not a judgment by us.
Understood. I'm
That's
just trying to stay really clearly focused on exactly what we have to try to accomplish, for which we've been trying to for a long time. So I'll say that I favor option 1, and I favor it with term limits that mirror the elected officials' time in office and on the TPO board, and that I believe that the CAC should have final approval of CAC member candidates.
Good. Nicholas, I'm sorry, I'll come back.
Yeah.
Option 2, I think is the cleanest.
Okay.
Right.
You have an opinion on term limits while I got you?
I personally like the matching up with elected officials. I think that's the cleanest. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate, and it's just, Rick and I obviously disagree on this, but I would, just like staff may be biased, the committee's biased. I can still recall, and I've shared this with Rick, the 1-hour grilling that a representative from the West Shore Alliance got. He gave up his time to volunteer to be a member. And I don't think, and I think it's too easy for, and in fact, I think we've seen people sort of eliminated because they didn't meet a certain litmus test on a certain issue. And so I think having the staff, it's like what's going on at the higher government level. We don't know, we're afraid what the result's going to be, so we're going to eliminate who can vote. And I think this is sort of the, related to that. We're going to select new members who are going to vote the way we want them to vote.
What are you saying?
I never came before the committee.
You didn't
just-
have to,
did
you
look-
were appointed by your elected.
Wow.
So it's only those that, oh, it's only.
Okay. I want to cast my vote, I'm sorry.
Cast your vote.
Like
Cast
your
vote.
opinion.
Okay, yeah, so, sorry, my opinion. Option 2, with the term limits cleaned up so that it's, everybody's, so it's simpler. So it's not like, oh, if you're in this situation, then you have these term limits. So let's just make it simple that, you know, everybody gets like 4 years or something, and that's just to make it easier. And I do agree with Ed, I think that we should not be making the votes or who is going to be the member next to us, because they can be members who are not going to be vote according to what we like. And that makes it a little biased.
Thanks.
Yeah. This is Artie Fryer. I'd like to select number 2, and I also want to make a comment that this whole idea about reaching equity and such is really aspirational. It's not easy to accomplish, but it really takes a lot more commitment and interest than I think we've reached right now. I think we're doing some discussion that's more, I'll say, tribal than it's really going to help us to accomplish what we want to. But I think we do need to move on. And the idea about geographic representation in terms of what we're trying to accomplish is at a critical point, I think, more so than necessarily demographic. But again, I select number 2.
Thank you. Anyone else online care to express a view?
Yeah, this is Josh Frank. I would just be short and sweet and say that I think I more closely aligned with what Christine mentioned about proposal 1, solely for the fact that I think that proposal 2 just becomes unreasonably large and difficult to manage. You know, I think option 1 keeps a lot of the doors open for, as already mentioned before me, meeting or at least trying to meet some of the equity and diversity goals. I agree that it's very difficult to actually attain equity in terms of getting folks to the table, showing up regularly, you know, even through no fault of their own. So I think option 1 gets us closer to being a better, more functional body. But, you know, again, as reapportionment happens, I think that also is something that we should be willing to think about expanding. You know, Miami-Dade, their TPO is like, I don't know, 30 something people. So, you know, not that is our future, but, you know, it's possible that there is likely a scenario where the CAC also gets to be really difficult to manage because of its size. So anyway, that's all I got. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, this is Hoyt Prindle. I would just echo Josh's remarks and Christine's. I would support proposal 1 at this point. I think, you know, given the imperfect choices we have, that one makes a little more sense to accomplish the goals that I think we need to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, Hart.
I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
I may have missed it in the agenda package, Johnny, but were these proposal slides in the agenda package that was sent out before our meeting?
Yeah, in the agenda packet, the bolded bullet point that said beginning a voluntary workshop, if you click on that, it takes you to a write-up, and the links at the bottom. They're on our website. If you want, I can email it to you.
They were on the website. Yeah. They weren't in the agenda package that we actually received. Okay.
There was a link to them in the package.
I didn't catch it.
You saw all of these before you came to the meeting? Because I didn't. All right. I'm a little torn.
Mr. Chair?
Just a moment online.
Okay.
I guess for lack of a better way to phrase it, I'm probably the status quo guy in the room, or as close to it as we have in the room now. I know Stephen, when he was here last month, suggested that he too thought status quo. My proposal, you know, option C that somehow has gotten lost in this discussion, really was the status quo with an expansion of the at-large seats and flexibility as to how we capture the demographics, the geographics, and even the numbers, if in fact those are required because of reapportionment. So if you're going to write something down as a straw poll, it would be status quo / option C. That's where I'm at. And stay as close to where we are now. I don't think we're broken, frankly. I don't think we're following our own rules. And if we did and made a better effort at recruitment around the goals that we're trying to meet, I think we can get where we need to go without breaking the wheel and rebranding it.
Do you have a committee member online wanted to make a comment?
Actually, this is the recorder. I wanted to let you know that the slides from today's presentation are attached to the agenda that is online.
Good, thank you.
I think it's important to note that Mr. Fernandez said status quo, but that's with the exception of the decisions that have already been made in favor of changing the time of the meetings and moving them around geographically. Those are giant leaps towards what we think will help meet the committee's goals.
Johnny, if I may, kind of to end the workshop, express my view. I'm kind of aligned with Ann. I'm in favor of proposal number 2. I'm in favor of term limits that coincide with that of the elected officials who are on the TPO board. 2 years for everyone else. And then the proposal 2 has 20 at-large seats, which would be those 2-year time limits. I just can't imagine that we would not afford members of the TPO board who are not elected officials an opportunity to make an appointment to this, which I consider the most important committee of the group. And with that, can we wrap up, everyone? Thank you. It's almost 1:30. Beth, Johnny, thank you for your work.
Everybody.
Let's go.
The pizza. Yeah, we cannot go late like this when we start meeting until 9.
Oh, sure we can. We'll have to get back in.
Oh, gosh, no.